Chapter 549. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation 100 Territories Summit. Pft. 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 The young man in white endured the pain in his chest and kept stabbing Yi Xian with his sword. He knew that Jiang Tianjin wanted to torture Yi Xian, so he didn't stab him too deeply. Instead, he increased the number of wounds. After a while, Yi Xian's body was full of bloody holes as if he had been shot by thousands of arrows. Haha, that's all for today. I'm leaving now. When Jiang Tianjin's voice sounded, he had already disappeared. At the same time, Yi Xian's shackles were instantly released. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life began to take effect. Die! Yi Xian was furious. After the shackles were released, he suddenly attacked and beheaded the young man in white. When the young man in white's head fell to the ground, a loud roar was heard. Jiang Tianjin, I will tear you into pieces. His voice traveled very far, but Jiang Tianjin couldn't hear him. Soon, the hundreds of bloody holes on Yi Xian's body were healed. Not even a scar was left. However, Jiang Tianjin had left a ruthless mark in his heart. Humiliation, disgrace, torture. These words flashed through Yi Xian's mind. If he had the strength, he would have grabbed Jiang Tianjin and beaten him up. Unfortunately, he didn't. Strength, I need to increase my strength. Yi Xian was eager to break through again. He took off the young man in white's interspatial ring and devoured all the useless things inside. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 28 points. 28, which was 28%. He was only 2 points away from 30%. Jiang Tianjin, I will catch up. When the time comes, I will catch a sacred beast and F***CKU. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, he rummaged through the young man in white's interspatial ring. The young man in white's strength surpassed the sect master of the Green Rock territory. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Sure enough, as Yi Xian expected, he found proof of identity in the white-clothed youth's universe ring. The son of the Lord of Green Rock territory, Lu Xiaoyu. Yi Xian was stunned. As expected, this Lu Xiaoyu was the Bluestone Overlord's son. However, Yi Xian was not interested in this. What he was interested in was an invitation letter. An invitation to the 100 Leads Summit. When Yi Xian opened it, he was stunned. This invitation letter was actually sent by the Luoshao region's domain master. However, there was no mention of his name on the invitation letter. Yi Xian speculated in his mind. The 100 Territories Summit, as the name suggested, was a gathering of the 100 territories in the Luoshao region. Lu Xiaoyu was going to represent the Green Cliff region in the 100 Territories Summit. Now, the Green Rock territory could no longer hold him. He had to find a better place to improve himself. Only then would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin. Without a doubt, the Luoshao region's domain master, the Luoshao region, was very suitable for him. The Luoshao region was the place where the Luoshao region's domain master lived. At the same time, it was also an advanced territory. Spirit stage powerhouses could be seen everywhere. The domain master was at the peak of the spirit stage. He was only one step away from breaking through to the empty god stage. He was the strongest person in the Luoshao region. Did Lu Xiaoyu receive an invitation from the domain master? Or did the domain master invite his father, and his father gave this opportunity to him? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. However, the Luoshao region was a good place to train. He could go and take a look at the summit organized by the domain master. Who knows, there might be some opportunities. But before that, he still had things to do. He had to destroy the Yin and Yang Manor and the Flame Dragon sect. After this, Yi Xian's desire for strength had deepened. Therefore, the Flame Dragon sect would become his stepping stone. He immediately rushed towards the yin and yang manor. He would find the sect master of the yin and yang manor and kill him. Then, he quickly rushed towards the flame dragon sect. 3 days later, there were only 2 peak forces left in the Cyan Cliff region. One was the Cyan Cliff region's domain master's mansion, and the other was the Thousand Demons sect. No, the Thousand Demons sect was no longer a peak force. They were preparing to hide and recuperate. After destroying the Flame Dragon sect, Yi Xian found the sect master of the Thousand Demons sect and left. Now that the 3 major forces in the Cyan Cliff region had been destroyed, the domain master would likely act like the Righteous Alliance and attack the Thousand Demons sect. Therefore, the Thousand Demons sect had no choice but to hide. On the 3rd day after the Righteous Alliance was destroyed, Yi Xian had already left the Cyan Cliff region and rushed towards the Luosha region. The Luosha region was the general of the Luosha region. It was also the place where the domain master of the Luosha region resided. There were countless experts in the Luosha region. When Yi Xian entered a city in the Luosha region, he felt many auras that were stronger than him. It's really extraordinary. There are so many spirit stage experts that are stronger than me. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully walked into a restaurant. A restaurant was a place where good and bad people mixed together. Therefore, one could hear many interesting things. Therefore, Yi Xian liked to come here the most. He could eat while listening to stories. He walked in and ordered some dishes. A while ago, the Undying Sword God went to the Sword God Pagoda again. This time, he failed again. Furthermore, he was seriously injured. I estimate that he will need to heal for a long time. I heard that the Undying Sword God has been trying to enter the Sword God Pagoda. It's not because he wants to join the Sword God Palace, but because of other reasons. What reason? Some people say that it's for revenge, while others say that it's for love. Tisk, that's just a random guess. Let's not talk about this. Recently, the 2 generals from the Warlord Palace are the ones that are truly powerful. They actually killed a void god beast together and quelled the beast tide in the Yangdu region, saving countless lives. I know. I heard that the 2 of them are siblings. They're not that old, and they're not even 30 years old. Their origins are very mysterious, but they're highly regarded by the Warlord Palace. They're really powerful. They're only at the spirit stage, but they can actually kill a void god beast together. Their future is limitless. After hearing the words of the 2 people at the next table, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of the 2 people. Siblings. Could it be adjudicator and adjudicator? This thought flashed through Yi Xian's mind, but in the next moment, he felt that it was impossible. It has been almost a year since he came to the Bloodstone continent. He has the Devour system, but he only managed to break through from the Strength stage to the Spirit stage. In his estimation, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, who were training outside, should be at the Spirit stage. At most, they should be at the Spirit stage. It was impossible for them to reach the Spirit stage. Therefore, this pair of siblings should be other geniuses. After this matter, I'll spend some time looking for them. Yi Xian thought in his heart. It's not that he didn't want to look for them, but he didn't have any clues. Previously, he wandered between several territories and searched blindly for a few months, but he still couldn't find any clues. Chapter 550. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Test. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left. He spent some money to inquire about the 100 Leaders Summit. The 100 Leaders Summit was to be held in Luosha City. Countless geniuses would gather there. Most of these geniuses came from all over Luosha region. There were also geniuses from other territories who were invited. Most importantly, the 100 Leaders Summit depended on the invitation letter, not the person. Therefore, Yi Xian's invitation letter could be used. Shortly after, Yi Xian rushed toward Luosha city. Luosha region was relatively large. It was at least 10 times larger than Greenrock region. Yi Xian spent about a week to reach Luosha city. I'm finally here. The 100 Leaders Summit will be held in 7 days. I have to inquire about it first. After Yi Xian entered Luosha city, he went straight to the registration area. The 100 Leaders Summit was actually called the 100 Leaders Debate Assembly. Although it was called the 100 Leaders Summit, only people from high-ranking territories would come. Yi Xian's Greenrock region was at the bottom of all the high-ranking territories in Luosha region. Therefore, it wasn't very strong. Only Lu Xiaoyu received an invitation letter. There were a total of 15 high-ranking territories that were stronger than Greenrock region. Luosha region's domain lord had sent hundreds of invitations to these territories. In short, Yi Xian already had more than 100 opponents. Moreover, this didn't include the people from Luosha region. Yi Xian arrived at the registration area of the 100 Leaders Summit. He originally wanted to use an invitation letter to register, but he discovered that he didn't need one. Without an invitation letter, he needed to go through a round of tests. After all, not everyone could participate. At the same time, it also gave those who didn't belong to a faction a chance. If I use an invitation letter, I can directly participate in the 100 Leaders Summit. If I directly register, I only need to participate in a round of tests. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If there was a test, there might be a battle. Perhaps his realm could also increase. One had to know that his current attribute conversion rate was not even 30%. Since entering Luosha city, he had already met many people with auras stronger than him. These people all had at least 30% attribute conversion rate, and even 40%, 50%, and even 60%. He felt an enormous pressure. Therefore, he chose to give up on this invitation and register directly. Your Excellency, you've registered successfully. Please come to participate in the test the day after tomorrow, an attendant of the 100 Leaders Summit said to Yi Xian. Then, he handed him a special token. All right. Yi Xian nodded and left immediately. He was still unfamiliar with the 100 Leaders Summit. Therefore, he had to inquire about it. The 100 Territories Summit was organized by the Luosha region's region lord. It was held once every 5 years. Before the 100 Territories Summit was held, they would invite the geniuses of the 100 territories. The number of participants would always reach over 1,000. This summit was actually very simple. It was a competition to see who was stronger. If one were to stand out in the 100 Leaders Summit or be chosen by an expert, one's future would be limitless. They might even be sent by the ruler to participate in the Battle King Hall's Palace Guard test. The Battle King Hall was one of the 3 overlords of the Eastern continent. The other 2 were the Beast King Hall and the Tool King Hall. These 3 great imperial halls were originally one entity. Later on, they split into 3 and divided the Eastern continent. In short, if one was able to join the Battle King Hall, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. What Yi Xian was most interested in was the reward for standing out in the 100 Leaders Summit. The reward was a place called the 5 Elements Pool. As long as one soaked in the pool for a day, one's affinity with the attribute would be greatly increased. The number of days one could soak in the pool was determined by one's ranking. Yi Xian's current affinity with the earth attribute was at the intermediate epic rank. If he could soak in the 5 Elements Pool, his affinity with the earth attribute might be increased to the high epic rank. With an increase in affinity, one's cultivation speed would also increase slightly. However, the most important thing was that it could greatly increase one's martial arts attack power and profound meaning. Yi Xian had already cultivated the earth-splitting sword to 100% completion. In addition to the 8 Desolate Sword, the Sword Saint Bloodline, and the Earth-Throbbing Pulse, his attack power could instantly kill experts with 40% attribute conversion. If his affinity was increased by another level, he might be able to instantly kill experts with 45% attribute conversion, or even 50% attribute conversion. Most importantly, the higher his affinity with the attribute, the stronger his martial arts power, and the easier it would be to comprehend profound meaning. The earth-throbbing pulse had already transformed to the second layer. Next, it might be the third layer, or even the fourth layer. Of course, it could also be the fourth layer, followed by the eighth layer. Therefore, Yi Xian was determined to obtain this reward. Only by continuously becoming stronger would he be able to catch up to Jiang Tianjin and take revenge. 2 days passed very quickly. When the 100 Leaders Summit arrived, Yi Xian was already waiting at the designated location. At this time, there were several hundred people participating in the 100 Leaders Summit's test. None of them were weak, and their attribute conversion had already reached at least 30%. Only Yi Xian alone had not even reached 30% attribute conversion. He was still 2 points away. At this time, a middle-aged expert wearing white armor suddenly flew into the sky and shouted, "Everyone, follow me. It's the Tornado General under the Domain Lord." Someone recognized him. Therefore, no one dared to be negligent. They hurriedly flew up and followed behind the Tornado General, flying out of Luosha City. After flying for half a day, they finally landed on a large grassland. "All right, let's start the test." The Tornado General glanced at the several hundred people and said, "Next, come out one by one in order, and then launch your strongest attack at me. The first round of the test is to test your offensive power. Test offensive power." When these words fell into everyone's ears, their eyes lit up. Most people majored in offensive martial arts and minored in movement martial arts. Therefore, they were very confident in their offensive power. Number 1. Everyone present was an expert, and they did things swiftly and decisively. Moreover, the examiner was the Domain Lord's subordinate, so they did not dare be negligent. Before the middle-aged man finished speaking, a person had already landed in front of him. "Excuse me." This person did not waste his breath. He raised his hand and released a beam of golden sword energy. Bang! The golden sword energy tore through the sky, but it was defeated by the Tornado General with a single hand. So strong! Everyone's hearts trembled. This cultivator number 1's attribute conversion had already reached 40%, and his attack could threaten 50% of the people, but it was easily defeated by the Tornado General. This was the suppression of cultivation. The Tornado General's attribute conversion had reached 80%. 4 stars. The silver-armored man, Tornado General, shouted. This was only the first round of the test, so cultivator number 1 did not reveal his specialty, and the people following him were the same. Those people with the same evaluation were all arranged together by the Tornado General. Instantly, 4 square formations appeared. Chapter 551. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Demon God Chapter, Lower. The challengers went up one by one, but their attacks were all defeated by Tornado. They all had different evaluations, but the lowest was 3 stars, and some even reached 4.5 stars. No one knew what these star ratings were for, but the higher the better, so many of them took out their trump cards. At the same time, many of the challengers practiced demonic arts. However, Tornado didn't care. So what if they practiced demonic arts? Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Number 438. Tornado shouted. Immediately, Yi Xian flew in front of Tornado and took out Lu Xiaoyou's supreme-grade celestial weapon. Demon God Chapter. Yi Xian's eyes turned incomparably black, and a huge amount of demonic qi condensed into the phantom of a demon god. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon Stomp. Tornado raised an eyebrow when he saw the demon god phantom. Yi Xian wasn't strong, and the demon god phantom's amplification wasn't high. With his strength, he could easily kill Yi Xian. However, what surprised him was that he had seen this demon god phantom before. Thousand Demon Sect. Tornado narrowed his eyes. Squinting his eyes, Tornado easily defeated the earth-shattering sword with his normal jinchi. Yes, your realm and martial arts quality aren't high, but your martial arts attainments aren't bad. 3.5 stars. Tornado gave his evaluation. Yi Xian didn't use the 8 desolate sword this time, nor did he use the throbbing pulse of the earth. 3.5 stars was within his expectations. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, "Little brother, how's the Thousand Demon Sect?" Tornado suddenly asked. Yi Xian paused and asked in shock, "Senior knows that I'm a disciple of the Thousand Demon Sect." Although the founder of the Thousand Demon Sect was a void god realm expert, after thousands of years of decline, there weren't any experts in the sect who could transform 40% of their attributes. He was very surprised that the Tornado could recognize him. Old Devil Wan was the #1 expert in the Luosha region thousands of years ago. He killed many void god realm experts with his Dao Heart Demon Seed technique. Of course I've heard of him. Tornado smiled. So that was the case. Yi Xian came to a realization and said, "The Thousand Demon Sect is doing fine." He was lying through his teeth. The Thousand Demon Sect was almost annihilated a few days ago. Although they managed to survive, the sect leader of the Thousand Demon Sect had already hidden away with his experts. Therefore, they could be considered to have ceased to exist. As for that old Devil Wan, he should be the ancestor of the Thousand Demon Sect. Little brother, you've learned the Demonic God chapter at such a young age. Your aptitude is not bad. But let me tell you, you've only mastered half of the Demon God chapter. Thousands of years ago, old Devil Wan was able to fuse that phantom into his body and transform into a devil god himself. Wan Feng said. What? Yi Xian's heart trembled. He had only mastered half of the Demon God chapter? Integrate the Demon God's phantom into his body. Not many people know about this matter. I reckon that even the experts of your sect don't know about it. Anyway, it's just a rumor. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Tornado smiled, then called out the next participant. Yi Xian flew back in a daze. He had only mastered half of the Demon God chapter. What a scam. In the Thousand Demon Sect, there was no mention of the Demon God chapter being divided into 2 parts. It seemed that what Tornado said was true. He could still continue to cultivate the Demon God chapter. The people of the Demon Sect are indeed people of the Demon Sect. Even if it's their own faction, they won't pass down their trump card martial arts. Too stingy. Yi Xian was helpless. It seemed that he had to figure out the Demon God chapter himself. Ding, did the host really integrate with the Demon God's phantom? The host's current realm is too low. If the host forcibly fuses with the phantom, there is a possibility of chi deviation. Yi Xian tried it after listening to Tornado's words. Indeed, the phantom could be integrated into his body. However, his current realm was too low. The devouring system was good. It would alert him when there was danger. Not only that, the devouring system even gave him a list of items. Calm Heart Seed, Extreme Ice Snow Lotus. As long as he could obtain one of these items, he would be able to integrate with the Demon God's phantom. He noted down the names of these items. If he were to encounter them in the future, he would not miss them. After Tornado's reminder, Yi Xian began to feel curious about the integration of the Demon God's phantom. After all, this was the trump card of a virtual god powerhouse. He did not even pass it down to his own disciples. There were a total of 600 people who came to take the test. Before long, these 600 people were all done with the test. The lowest was 3 stars, and the highest was 4.5 stars. There was no 5 stars. Alright, the second round. Tornado looked around and said, "Those with 3 stars, come out." Hearing this, the people present were puzzled. Why did they all come out? However, these people did not dare to delay. More than 30 people flew out from the crowd. "Those with 3.5 stars, come out." Tornado continued to shout. Now, more than 100 people, including Yi Xian, flew out. "Those with 3 stars will choose from those with 3.5 stars. Choose one of them to fight one-on-one. If you succeed in the cross-level challenge, you will be promoted to 3.5 stars, regardless of life or death." Tornado shouted. Cross-level challenge. Since the beginning, some people had been guessing whether the next round would be a duel. Now that they heard this, they felt a little helpless. Everyone present was a genius. How could a cross-level challenge be easy? The person at the top of the list was number 23. He was the first person with 3 stars. After hearing Tornado's words, he flew out and chose from Yi Xian's 100 people. Him. The young man's gaze fell on Yi Xian and pointed at him. "Motherf asterisk Ker, do you think I'm a pushover?" Yi Xian rolled his eyes and landed on the ground. Everyone present could feel that Yi Xian's rank was the lowest among all the people present. Moreover, Yi Xian had only reached 3.5 stars after using the demon god's phantom. "Let's begin," Tornado shouted. In the next moment, the young man made his move. His attribute conversion had reached 33 points, which was 33 points. He was 5 points higher than Yi Xian. However, his affinity was much worse than Yi Xian's. He had not even reached the epic level. Whoosh! A flaming sword aura swept towards Yi Xian. Everyone had been testing just now. Although some people were a little impatient, others had secretly memorized everyone's attributes. Therefore, in this cross-level challenge, they naturally had to choose someone whose attributes were countered by their own. Insignificant skill. Yi Xian snorted coldly. The demon god's phantom had already condensed behind him. His right hand quickly chopped a few times, and in an instant, 3 earth-shattering swords appeared. So fast. The young man who was flying in the air was stunned. He was instantly struck in the head. Dead. Although it was only a test, these people definitely had powerful backgrounds. Killing them was better than not killing them. It would save him a lot of trouble. Most importantly, he wanted to use this test to improve his strength. After the young man died, Yi Xian quickly swept over and collected his interspatial ring. Chapter 552. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Domain Leader. Since Yi Xian was the one being challenged, and he failed, he was still given a rating of 3.5 stars. After the battle ended, he quietly returned to the 3.5 star camp. Now, no one dared to underestimate him. After that, the 30 or so martial artists continued to challenge. Most of them lost miserably, and some even died. Only 3 people succeeded, and those 3 people were directly promoted to 3.5 stars. Anyone who succeeds in one challenge will pass the test. However, the higher the star rating, the more advantageous it will be when the time comes, said Wan Feng. Everyone knew when the time came, which was the 100 Leaders Summit. However, the 3 people who advanced did not dare to challenge again. Alright, 3.5 stars, start challenging 4-star stars. Wan Feng shouted again. There were 100 people with 3.5 stars, but more than 300 with 4-star stars, so only 1/3 of them would be called. No, it would be less than 4-star, because some people were giving up. The stronger one was, the more cowardly one was. These people all had wives and children, so if they were not confident, it was better to give up. After about half an hour, it was finally Yi Xian's turn. Yi Xian flew over and pointed at a random person. Him. Good boy, do you think I'm easy to bully? A skinny man flew over. Yi Xian was casually chosen, so he could only count himself unlucky that he was chosen. Because Yi Xian never thought that he would fail. At least, not here. Begin. As soon as Wan Feng finished speaking, the man rushed toward Yi Xian. He had some impression of Yi Xian's demon god projection, so he naturally flew into the air to avoid being tricked by Yi Xian. Although Yi Xian was casually chosen, he remembered that the man's metal attribute was countered by his earth attribute. Demon God Chapter. Sword of Earth Splitting. Yi Xian began to attack wildly. This person's attribute conversion was 40%, while Yi Xian's was only 28%. There was a difference of 12 points. Fortunately, Yi Xian still had his bloodline, martial arts, and attributes, so it was not difficult for Yi Xian to deal with him. Bang! 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 Yi Xian and the man attacked in a frenzy under the watchful eyes of hundreds of people. Because this was only a test, Yi Xian felt that it was better to hide the profound meaning, and not to mention, he could not use the Bahuang sword. After all, there was Wan Feng whose attribute conversion was over 80%. That was an existence that could kill him. Damn it, why does this brat have more Zhen Qi than me? The skinny man couldn't understand. If they continued to fight, then he would very likely be the one to lose, and it was even more likely that he would die. However, he didn't want to give up just like that, so he gave up on the long-range battle and charged towards Yi Xian. Coincidentally, at this moment, Yi Xian's demon god phantom disappeared, and his aura was greatly reduced. A good chance. The skinny man's eyes lit up. However, when he arrived in front of Yi Xian, another of demon god's stage appeared behind Yi Xian. Rip! With a muffled sound, the skinny man's head flew off. Oh! He can use it 4 times in a row. Wan Feng was surprised. During the first test, Yi Xian had used the of Demon God chapter once. When he was challenged, he used it again. Now, he used it twice against the skinny man. In total, it was 4 times. In Wan Feng's memory, the of Demon God chapter consumed a lot of energy. Although it could be recovered, he estimated that Yi Xian could only use it 3 times at most. He did not expect that there would be a 4th time. The skinny man thought that Yi Xian had lost his trump card, so he was careless. That was why he was beheaded. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 29 points. Yi Xian's realm increased again. He broke through. You can leave now, Wan Feng said with narrowed eyes. Now, Yi Xian could be considered to have successfully advanced, so he flew to the 4-star evaluation square. He was wondering if he should continue to challenge the 4.5-star evaluation. However, the thought disappeared in a flash. Whether it was the Bahuang sword or the Earth Pulse, he should hide them and reveal them at the 100 Territory Summit. After all, there were super geniuses in the 100 Territory Summit who could achieve 60% attribute conversion. There might even be some with 70% attribute conversion. If he revealed them now, he would be targeted and killed at the beginning if those people heard about it. What should he do? Keep a low profile. It was better to keep a low profile. Soon, the 3.5-star evaluation was completed. Then, it was the 4-star evaluation. Before long, the 4-star evaluation was also completed. At this time, there were only about 200 people who passed the test. The remaining 400 people either gave up or died. Okay, all of you have passed. Gather at the domain chief's manor in 3 days. Let's go. Wan Feng said and flew toward Luosha City. He flew very slowly because he was afraid that there would not be many people left if the people behind him started to fight. Yi Xian followed Wan Feng and flew back. After entering the city, he quickly left to see if there was anything in Luosha City that he needed to fuse with the demon god's phantom. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again. Those things were very precious. They could not be found in the shops or even the auction houses. Sigh, let's wait until the 100 Territories Summit. I heard that the 100 Territories Summit is held in a 5 elements formation. Maybe there will be, Yi Xian thought to himself. During these 3 days, he could not stay idle. He went out of the city to kill monsters and sacred beasts. Every bit of improvement was worth it. 3 days later, he arrived at the domain chief's manor on time. At this time, there were already thousands of people gathered there. So strong. So many experts and geniuses. Yi Xian was shocked. These were geniuses from all over Luosha region. Of course, most of them were locals of Luosha region. Domain Chief Luosha had invited so many people at once. It seemed that the 100 Territories Summit was not to be underestimated. As long as they could squeeze into the top 10, they could soak in the 5 elements pool to increase their affinity with attributes. Even the top 100 would be rewarded handsomely. The geniuses who wanted to participate in the 100 Territories Summit had all gathered there. Yi Xian even felt a few auras that made his heart palpitate. These geniuses all thought highly of themselves. They wished that their noses were in the sky, so they did not hesitate to release their auras. However, they had the right to be arrogant. The thousands of people waited for a while. Then, a huge figure descended from the sky above the domain chief's manor. It's the domain chief's great cloud rock. Someone recognized it. Yi Xian also raised his head to take a look and was shocked. The rock was so huge that its wingspan was probably more than 10,000 meters. Everyone, get on my back. A person's voice sounded in the sky. It's the Overlord. Someone else recognized it. Chapter 553. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Begin. At this moment, there were already a few people standing on the back of the 9 heavens cloud eagle. After everyone landed, the 9 firmament's great cloud rock quickly ascended through the clouds and began its journey. Greetings, Governor. Thousands of people stood on the back of the 9 heavens cloud eagle and greeted a middle-aged man with a square face beside Tornado. Yi Xian followed suit and bowed. At the same time, he glanced over. This is the governor of the Luosha region, the powerhouse closest to the empty god realm. Yi Xian's heart trembled. The governor of the Luosha region was already at the peak of the spirit realm. His attribute conversion had reached 100%, which was 100%. As long as he broke through once more, his spirit would be converted to void, and he would be able to break through to the empty god realm. There were many people beside the governor. They should be the powerhouses of the governor's mansion or the governor's guests. However, Yi Xian felt that these powerhouses were not even half as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No, they were not even 1/10 as strong as Jiang Tianjin. No need to be so polite. The governor looked at these people with a smile. Among these people, there might be geniuses who could join the Warlord Palace in the future. The 9 heavens great cloud rock still needs some time to fly to the 5 elements great array. Everyone can practice on the back of the great cloud rock first. I can use this time to give you some pointers. The domain ruler said with a smile. He was a super powerhouse at the peak of the spirit realm. He was only 1 step away from the empty god realm. He definitely had the strength to guide everyone present. After hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up. However, there were thousands of people present. How could he guide them? Therefore, these people immediately cowered. Only the top geniuses dared to step forward. I am the stone puppet of the monolith region. Who wants to fight with me? A burly man in his 30s jumped out. Hearing this, everyone's body trembled. The monolith region. Wasn't that the 3rd-ranked region in the Luosha region? Moreover, this man's surname was Sure. This meant that he was from the monolith region's mansion. So you are the stone puppet. Let me fight with you. A short-haired young man jumped out. Gale Regions Li Xiu. It is said that his attribute conversion has reached 65%. He is very powerful. Li Studio, Light Stone Puppet and Li Xiu did not waste any time and immediately started fighting. The stone puppet, as his name suggested, had a rare earth attribute spirit, while Li Xiu's was of the fire attribute. Earth and fire were adjacent to each other, so the earth element would be countered by the fire element. However, the stone puppet's realm was slightly higher than Li Xiu's, so everyone opened their eyes wide, not wanting to miss a single scene. Bang! 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 The battle between the two was very intense. Both of them had converted 65% of their attributes, and the stone puppet was close to 70%. In terms of realm, the stone puppet was higher than Li Xiu, but in terms of attributes, Li Xiu restrained the stone puppet. Not bad, both of them are very strong, even stronger than the last summit. The domain master could not help but ask. If we let them enter the 5 elements pool, they might be able to comprehend the profound. A person who can comprehend profound at the spirit stage is a super genius. It's 1 in a million. It would be great if such a person could appear. If you're able to comprehend profound at the spirit stage, then you'll be able to enter the Warlord Palace. I wonder if anyone among this group of young geniuses has comprehended a profound meaning. The group of experts at the peak of the spirit stage discussed softly. At this moment, the battle between the stone puppet and Li Xiu had reached its climax. Because they were on the back of the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock, it was inevitable that they would accidentally injure the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock. However, the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock's defense was extremely strong. Their attacks were unable to break through its defense. After all, this was a super saint beast that was comparable to a peak spirit stage expert. Oh, then the stone puppet is going to lose. The governor's eyes narrowed. Sure enough, in less than 10 rounds, the stone puppet was sent flying by the sword. This Li Xiu is so strong. He actually succeeded in the challenge. This was what everyone thought in their hearts. Amazing. I, the stone puppet, admit defeat. The stone puppet was a person who could accept defeat, so he immediately cupped his fists. Thank you. Li Xiu also cupped his fists. Next, the governor commented on the battle between the two and gave them some guidance. The two of them benefited a lot and retreated to digest the information. After the first battle ended, another 2 people quickly walked out. They were 2 experts who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. Yi Xian blended into the crowd and watched carefully. Right now, his attribute conversion wasn't even 30%. If he used his trump card, he would probably only be able to fight against experts with 45% or 50% attribute conversion. If he encountered an expert with 60% attribute conversion, he probably wouldn't be able to fight back. Fortunately, there weren't many people who had achieved 60% attribute conversion. There were only 8 people out of 1,000. These 8 people had all come out to show their faces, so Yi Xian recognized them. However, these 8 people were hiding their strength. It was unknown if any of them had achieved 70% attribute conversion. Although the governor and the other experts could sense who was strong and who was weak, they wouldn't say it out loud. The battles continued one after another. Generally, the stronger ones would go out first. Of course, there were also people who chose to hide for the upcoming 100-leader summit. About a day later. The young geniuses on the back of the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock smelled a fishy smell. When they opened their eyes, they discovered that the 9 firmaments Great Cloud Rock had already descended below the clouds. Below, there was a blue sea. I heard that the 5 elements Great Array is in the sea. If we were to hurry, I'm afraid it would take us a month. Someone said. At this moment, in the boundless sea, a black dot suddenly entered everyone's eyes. We're almost there. The Luosha Regent Governor narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black dot in front of them was an island, and this island was called the Blade Island. The 9 firmament's great cloud rock flew very quickly, and the black dot rapidly enlarged. That's the Blade Island. The metal island in the 5 elements great array. A group of people looked at it curiously. The 5 elements great array had a total of 5 arrays. They were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. The Blade Island represented the metal attribute. Alright, we've arrived at our destination. The Luosha Regent Governor walked out and said loudly, I'm sure everyone has heard of the 5 elements great array, so I won't say much. Next, everyone will enter one of the 5 islands at random. Moreover, the time of entry will be determined by your star rating. 7-star rating people can enter first after the departure time is up. After 1 hour, it will be 6.5 stars. After 2 hours, it will be 6 stars, and so on. What you have to do is to collect the tokens in the 5 islands. These tokens are spread across the 5 islands. The metal token is a special golden blade, the wood token is a life saint seed, the water token is the ocean star, the fire token is the firestone, and the earth token is the pure gold sand. Only by collecting these 5 tokens can you enter the central island. If anyone sets foot on the central island without collecting all the tokens, they will be disqualified. Finally, this is the first round of the 100 Leaders Summit. The first round's reward is to enter the 5 elements pool. As for the time of immersion, it will be determined by your ranking. Oh right, there's one more thing. These 5 islands are all covered with a flight restriction array. You can only jump 50 meters at most. Chapter 554. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Tailing. Draw lots, everyone. Tornado held the lot tube and walked in front of each person. Metal. Wood. Wood. Fire. Earth. Water. When the lot was drawn, those who drew the same lot gathered together. Metal. When it was Yi Xian's turn, he randomly drew a stick. The word metal was written on it. Gold meant that he would be going to Blade Island first. Before coming, he had done his homework. The 5 elements formation was arranged in order. The metal element of Blade Island was sandwiched between the earth and wood element islands. The left was wood, and the right was earth. His luck was pretty good because he was of the earth attribute, so he definitely had an advantage on Blade Edge Island. Soon, everyone was done with their draws. At the same time, the 9 firmaments cloud rock flew to one of the entrances of Blade Island. Yi Xian glanced around and discovered that the island was filled with broken limbs. The broken limbs here referred to those broken swords and sabers. He didn't know where they came from, but there were so many of them. Alright, everyone who drew a metal element stick, come with me. Tornado shouted. Soon after, more than 300 people, including Yi Xian, followed him. Good luck. On the back of the 9 heavens great cloud rock, the Luosha region's domain leader said and flew away. Yi Xian didn't expect so many people to draw metal element sticks. That was more than a fifth of them. Tornado did a head count and confirmed each person's identity. Then, he divided Yi Xian's group into several groups according to their star rating. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was no 6-star expert on their Blade Island. Whirlwind brought everyone to the edge of Blade Edge Island and said, all of you, wait here for now. When the time is up, you can enter according to your star rating. The interval is 1 hour. Also, to prevent experts from lying in wait, there is a restriction on the outer circle of Blade Island. You can only fight when you enter the inner circle. That golden line is the dividing line. Everyone looked in the direction of Tornado's finger. Sure enough, they saw a golden line. Those with low ratings could go around the Golden Line and find a good spot to enter Blade Island. That way, they could avoid being ambushed by experts. After all, it was a matter of who got the 5 tokens first and entered the central island. They wouldn't waste time on that. The 300 people began to wait for Tornado's instructions. Not long after, the sky darkened. Tornado took out a time crystal and said, "Now, the 7-star experts can enter the island. However, you haven't. The highest among you are 5.5 stars, so you'll have to wait for 3 more hours." Everyone nodded. They all understood that although no one with a 7-star evaluation had appeared on Blade Island, there might be 1 in 1,000 people. In 3 hours, this 7-star evaluation expert might have found the token and arrived on Blade Island. At that moment, Yi Xian, who was resting in a corner, opened his eyes. "I'm a 4-star, so I'll have to wait for 6 more hours. What a scam." Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't help it. In the 100 Leaders Summit, he was the one with the lowest rank. No one was lower than him. If he unleashed his full strength, he would probably get a 5-star evaluation at most. A 5-star would have to wait for 4 hours before they could enter. He was too far behind. "I'll have to wait until dawn to enter. When that time comes, I'll have to break through quickly and find the tokens," Yi Xian planned in his heart. However, compared to these people, he had an advantage. That was because he had an endless supply of qi and stamina. He could take advantage of the time when others were recovering. An hour later, the 300 people on Blade Island didn't move. 2 hours later, they were still as silent as ever. It wasn't until the 3rd hour that Tornado shouted again, "All right, 5.5 stars can enter now." Following that, more than 10 people left. Some directly passed through the Golden Line, while others went around the Golden Line to leave. At the 4th hour, the 5-star people entered. Yi Xian only had a 4-star evaluation because he wanted to hide his strength. He still had to wait for 2 more hours. At the 5th hour, the 4.5 stars entered. After these people left, Yi Xian looked around and realized that there were only 100 people left. In other words, the remaining people were 4-star, 3-star, and 3.5 stars. Yi Xian sat there cross-legged. Finally, the 6th hour had arrived. "All right, the 4-star people can enter now." Hearing this, Yi Xian also stood up. More than 20 people stood up at the same time. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to them and actually charged in. "This kid is really bold. How dare he not avoid us? This kind of person is either a fool or an expert. Big brother, what do you think? Go up and kill him." A group of 3 people stared at Yi Xian. After all, some of the people who participated in the 100 Leaders Summit were there to kill. They followed me. Yi Xian, who had already stepped into the Golden Line, squinted his eyes. All the people he was afraid of had already entered. The remaining people could not threaten him. If they dared to follow him, they would be courting death. However, if he did not reveal his trump card, it would be difficult for him to kill these 3 people. Therefore, he decided to enter the forest behind the Golden Line first. He's going to enter the forest. Get ready, we'll kill him after we enter. All right. Soon, Yi Xian rushed into the forest. The 3 people behind him also rushed in 2 seconds later. Experience. I need a lot of experience. The 3 of you will become my experience. Yi Xian, who was running in front, suddenly stopped in his tracks. Then, he turned around and stomped. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's Pulse 2 layers. Buzz. The 3 people only felt a roar in their heads. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their necks. Insta-kill. Insta-kill 3 people in an instant. This kind of strength was already extremely strong. However, this was also reasonable. After all, Yi Xian's Earth's Pulse 2 layers had already transformed, and its power was twice as strong as before. Under the circumstances of 2 vibrations, even if Yi Xian's attribute was restrained by the fire attribute, he could still easily kill his enemies. As for these 3 people, their attribute conversion was only around 40%. They had no power to fight back at all. Before these 3 people were completely dead, Yi Xian rushed over and collected their universe rings. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently 30 points, 30 points of attribute conversion was 30%. This increased Yi Xian's strength by a little. Chapter 555. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Black Blade. Right now, Yi Xian had already entered Blade's Edge Island. There were broken swords and sabers everywhere. This was a treasure trove for Yi Xian. Some of the broken swords and sabers were supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Although they were broken, Yi Xian could still devour them. Immediately, Yi Xian began to quickly collect them. Yi Xian didn't want low-grade celestial artifacts, mid-grade celestial artifacts, high-grade celestial artifacts. He only wanted supreme-grade celestial artifacts. Most importantly, these supreme-grade celestial artifacts were all dropped on the ground. Yi Xian's speed was fast, and his strength was improving all the time. Haha, awesome! If I collect all the celestial artifacts on Blade Island, my attribute conversion will increase by at least 5 points. Yi Xian was in a good mood. However, these broken swords and sabers weren't the only things on Blade Island. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian paused and turned to look in a certain direction. This was the sound of a battle, and it was probably only 10,000 meters away. Those who entered Blade Island before are probably all in the center. The one closest to me is at most 4.5 stars. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed in that direction. When he arrived at the scene of the battle, he saw 2 figures fighting. One of them was naturally a human, while the other was actually a metallic creature. This metallic creature was covered in blades. Its hands and feet were black blades, and even its head was the same. It looked a little like a pine cone. What the hell is this? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He understood that this was probably some kind of exotic beast. Oh no! The warrior's expression darkened when he saw Yi Xian. He was alone and had no reinforcements. More importantly, he was currently entangled by a black blade. A 4.5 star evaluation. Yi Xian had seen this person before. A rating of 4.5 stars meant that the attribute conversion rate had reached at least 40%. It was more likely that it had reached 45%. Of course, it was also possible that it had reached 50%. After all, many people had hidden their strength. As long as it wasn't a 5-star rating or above, Yi Xian wasn't afraid. However, Yi Xian wasn't in a hurry to make a move. After all, he wanted to let this person test the black blade's strength first. Boom! 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 This martial artist attacked with his flaming sword Qi as he retreated. The defensive power of that black blade was very strong. Furthermore, it was able to use a 2-handed blade to break through the flaming sword Qi. It was very powerful. This black blade had no eyes, so it was unknown how it attacked. However, at this moment, its 2 black blade legs paused, and then its entire body began to spin wildly. It directly turned into a black blade tornado, sweeping towards the human. What? This martial artist's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He immediately turned around and fled. However, the black blade's spinning speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it caught up with the cultivator and used the blade to dismember the cultivator. This scene completely fell into Yi Xian's eyes, causing him to be stunned for a moment. This Blade Island was indeed dangerous. Not only was the Black Blade's defensive power strong, but its offensive power and speed were also very strong. After the Black Blade tore the cultivator to pieces, it didn't stop. Instead, it swept towards Yi Xian. You dare to cause trouble for me with just you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately drew his Bahuang sword and slashed out a few earth-shattering swords. Sacred Swordsman Bloodline. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth 2. Bahuang Sword. These three factors made Yi Xian's attack extremely powerful. In addition, this 5 elements array had 5 islands. Each island had its own attribute. Therefore, Yi Xian believed that Earth attribute attacks would be able to increase the damage. Furthermore, this Black Blade might be a mutated beast. The Beast King bloodline might be of some use. Bam! 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 The swords of the earth-splitting sword slammed into the Black Blade and shattered it in an instant. After its death, all the black sabers on its body fell apart, revealing the main body of the black saber. You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Xian ridiculed, then walked over. A Black Blade that could instantly kill a 4.5-star rated cultivator had been instantly killed by him. Compared to the others, he had a huge advantage on this Blade Island. Yi Xian walked over, picked up the cultivator's severed finger, removed the intact interspatial ring, and devoured the items inside. Then, he put away the Black Blade. Oh. You can devour them. That's quite a lot of experience. Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to devour the Black Blade. The value of this Black Blade was comparable to that of a supreme-grade heaven artifact. However, what he didn't expect was that the value of the Black Blade far exceeded that of the other Black Blades. Its value could be as high as 1 to 100. This Black Blade was the main body of the Black Blade. The other Black Blades were embedded in this Black Blade. Big Black Saber, I understand now. So this is the token on Blade Edge Island. However, the Luosha region ruler said that the token is a golden blade. Then, I should kill a golden blade and obtain the main body of its golden blade. Yi Xian understood instantly. This Black Blade was probably just a small monster on Blade Island. As for the golden blade, it should be a boss. As long as he killed a golden blade, he could leave Blade Island. Of course, this was only Yi Xian's guess. Now, Yi Xian no longer collected those broken swords and sabers. This was purely a waste of time. Instead of collecting broken blades, he might as well kill these Black Blades. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly left and started running. Soon, he encountered a second Black Blade. Its strength was about the same as the previous one. Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Throbbing Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This time, Yi Xian didn't attack. He attacked directly with his feet. What surprised him was that he only stomped 4 times. Before he even reached the Black Blade, it was already dead. All the Black Blades on its body scattered on the ground. Sure enough, there's an attribute counter. Yi Xian was now certain. He then put away the Black Blade. At this rate, I'll be able to break through again after killing a few more Black Blades. He was very satisfied with the experience of these Black Blades. Moreover, it was late at night. Compared to the others, he had a greater advantage. Among all the young talents participating in the 100 Leaders Summit, Yi Xian's realm was the lowest. Even if he broke through, he would still be the lowest. Therefore, he wanted to quickly improve his realm on Blade Island. Only then would he be qualified to compete with others for the right to enter the 5 Elements pool. This place was destined to be extraordinary. Chapter 556. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios the Golden Blade. By the time dusk arrived, Yi Xian's realm had soared to 35%. Although it was only 5%, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. I still haven't encountered the Golden Blade. Perhaps I'll have to go deeper. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not want to encounter the Golden Blade for the time being. He estimated that the Golden Blade's strength was at least 5 stars, or even 6 stars. There were simply too many talented youths. Those who were below 5 stars were just there to make up the numbers. Perhaps someone had already obtained the Golden Blade, or perhaps someone else had come from another island. In any case, Yi Xian occupied Blade Island. If he was able to kill all the Golden Blades, then wouldn't there be a place for him in the 5-element pool? After mentally preparing himself, Yi Xian continued on his way. His target was the person and the Black Blade. Because it had been night the previous night, everyone had been very careful. However, their speed would increase during the day. At the same time, the chances of them encountering Yi Xian by chance would increase greatly. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately rushed in that direction. When he arrived, he saw 2 people fighting. This time, it was 2 humans. Their attribute conversion is over 50. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and watched the battle from the sidelines. The 2 of them had also noticed Yi Xian and split their attention to guard against him. Earlier, Tornado's test had not produced a 5-star evaluation. At most, it was 4.5 stars. These 5-star evaluators had all come with invitations. Therefore, their backgrounds were more powerful than the average person's. What are you looking at, kid? Scram! The youth in white robes shouted. Scram! Yi Xian was enraged by this. He had been watching the battle because he thought that someone else might come. However, he could no longer sit still. Demon God Chapter. The phantom of a demon god suddenly condensed behind Yi Xian. Immediately afterward, he charged over to kill them. You overestimate yourself. Kill him first. The young man in white said. All right. His opponent nodded. The 2 of them instantly reached a consensus. Both of them had already converted more than 50% of their attributes, while Yi Xian had only converted 35%. However, they did not comprehend any ultimacy, nor did they possess any illusionary divine weapons. Most importantly, there was a space ceiling formation on the 5 islands. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Boss. Yi Xian instantly took a few steps forward. The War Dragon Stomp, which was imbued with the pulsation of the earth, instantly shook their heads. Earth-splitting sword. Swish! 2 earth-shattering swords shot out from the ground and instantly cut off their heads. I can insta-kill someone with 50% attribute conversion. My strength can be considered above average among this group of geniuses. Even so, Yi Xian was not very satisfied with this strength. At this time, he dared to use the Bahuang sword because there was no one around. If there were many people, he would definitely not take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was an illusionary divine weapon. If he only relied on ultimacy, it would not be enough to deal with these geniuses. Hence, he needed to continue improving. After killing the 2 of them, Yi Xian looked around. After confirming that there was no one else, he walked over and took off the 2 interspatial rings. However, before he could devour them, he found something good in one of the interspatial rings. Is this pure gold gravel? Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Pure gold gravel was one of the 5 tokens that represented the earth attribute. In other words, one of the 2 corpses might have come from the earth attribute island next door. In that case, he did not need to go to the yellow sand island. Perhaps he did not need to go to the other islands either. He only needed to wait on the Blade Island and wait for the others to deliver him. However, this pure gold gravel seemed to be very precious. Hence, Yi Xian felt that it was better to devour it first. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 38 points. The two interspatial rings allowed Yi Xian to break through 3 times at once, from 35 points to 38 points. I don't care if the pure gold gravel is a mission item. I need to improve my strength first. Yi Xian devoured everything in the interspatial rings and continued on his way. By now, he had a rough idea that the Blade Island was divided into 2 parts. He was still in the outer area. As for the golden blades, they should have appeared in the inner area. Hence, this time, he headed straight for the center of the island instead of circling around the outer area. He advanced for a while. Although he did not find any golden blades, he did find a group of black blades. There were more than 10 black blades in this group. At this moment, Yi Xian's attention suddenly fell on the back of the black blades. There seemed to be a blade mountain there. The golden blades might be in there. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he quickly dashed out. He did not need to attack to deal with the black blades. All he needed to do was to stomp his feet. Bam! 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 A series of shockwaves traveled up the black blades and instantly killed them. Yi Xian flashed over and devoured all the black blades. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew up the Blade Peak mountain. Is that the 5.5-star guy? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Their Blade Island had never had a 6-star rating before, so Yi Xian remembered all the 5.5-star and 5-star people. This figure had a 5.5-star rating, so his attribute conversion had reached at least 55%. If I kill him, my attribute conversion will probably soar again. But it'll be difficult. Yi Xian hesitated. Although he had killed 2 people with 50% conversion before, this was 55%. Besides, who knew if this person was hiding his true strength? What if his true strength had reached 60% conversion? I'd better back off. Yi Xian decided not to cause trouble for that person. He would kill some black blades around the Blade Mountain first. The Blade Mountain was not big, but Yi Xian spent 5 minutes running around it. During this time, he killed more than 100 black blades. There were strong and weak black blades. The weak ones could fight to a draw with someone with 40% conversion. As for the strong ones, they could pose a slight threat to Yi Xian. Therefore, there were naturally high and low experience points. After Yi Xian circled the Blade Mountain, his attribute conversion increased by 1 point, reaching 39. Just a little more and he would reach 40. At this moment. Caw! 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 Chapter 557. Blade Peak Mountain, is it that person from before? Yi Xian focused his eyes. Sure enough, it was the martial artist with a 5.5-star evaluation. Behind this martial artist was a group of golden blades. As expected, the golden blades are on this Blade Peak Mountain. Yi Xian's heart trembled. If it was a group of golden blades, he would not be afraid, but now that there was a group of golden blades chasing after the martial artist, Yi Xian had no choice but to retreat. He hurriedly hid himself and watched quietly. I'll fight it out with you. The martial artist roared and rushed back. However, after he was surrounded by the golden blades, he was instantly hacked to death. F***ck, so strong. Yi Xian's heart trembled. He was not admiring the martial artist's strength, but was afraid of the group of golden blades. What he was most afraid of was that these golden blades moved in groups. If he provoked one, it would attract a group. Previously, he had obtained the pure gold gravel, but the other party's attribute conversion had only reached 50%. This meant that the pure gold gravel was not difficult to obtain. As for this martial artist, his strength was very close to 60%, but he was chased by a group of golden blades and then hacked to death. However, Yi Xian's eyes still lit up, because he saw that the group of golden blades, after killing that martial artist, all returned to the Blade Peak Mountain. "Ha, I'm going to take advantage of you." Yi Xian laughed in his heart and quickly rushed over. However, what he did not expect was that there were actually people around, and they had the same idea as him. "Brat, you're courting death." A man shouted angrily and slashed out a flame slash at Yi Xian. "Insignificant skill, die." Yi Xian directly dodged the slash. Before that, his feet had already stepped out a few war dragons 10 steps. Buzz. Crack. This martial artist who wanted to take advantage of the situation had his head crushed by Yi Xian's kick and instantly fell to the ground. "You overestimate yourself." Yi Xian snorted coldly. He ran to the corpse of the warrior who had been hacked to death and picked up his interspatial ring. The interspatial ring had been grazed by the golden blade. Fortunately, it did not shatter. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have cried. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has reached 43 points. This yin and yang ring had increased Yi Xian's attribute conversion by 4 points. It was a good harvest. Then, Yi Xian turned around and walked to the unlucky guy whose head had been crushed by his kick. He picked up the interspatial ring. Pure gold sand again. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This person's attribute conversion was only at 45%. He wasn't very strong. It seemed that the yellow sand island was more relaxed. Now, Yi Xian had the strength to survive on Blade Edge Island. At this moment, he was wondering if he should climb this mountain full of blades. "I'll just go and take a look. If worse comes to worst, I'll just run. In any case, I have the Earth Pulse. They shouldn't be able to catch up to me." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had made up his mind. He could attack enemies even if he was running. Although the group of golden blades was strong, it would be fine as long as he did not get surrounded. At this thought, he took a step forward and ran toward Blade Edge Mountain. Blade Edge Mountain. There were no blades on the mountain, only some metal blades. Yi Xian tried to break off one of them, but found that the benefits were very low after devouring it, so he did not bother with it. At this moment, he had already climbed up Blade Edge Mountain. Golden blades. They are very strong. If there are only 1 or 2, I should be able to deal with them. If there is a group, I will have to run. Yi Xian thought to himself. After all, he had seen many black blades form blade tornadoes, so he guessed that the golden blades could do the same. Flying was not allowed on Blade Edge Island, so it would be difficult for him to avoid them. So many black blades. At this moment, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly narrowed. He found a group of black blades on Blade Edge Mountain. There were more than 100 of them. This was a treasure trove for leveling up. Kill! Yi Xian immediately rushed over. When he got close, he suddenly used the Battle Dragon Stomp. Boom! The entire earth shook. Every step Yi Xian took was able to kill a black blade. In less than 3 seconds, these hundreds of black blades were all killed by him. After all, his speed was measured in units of 1,000 meters per second. He could cross dozens of meters with each step. Yi Xian put away all of the black blades. His strength had increased slightly, and his qi had also recovered to its peak. There were more than 100 black blades. Even someone with 60% attribute conversion would not dare to recklessly make an enemy out of them. However, Yi Xian could kill them with ease. It was not that no one saw this scene. A person in a white cloud in the sky had a panoramic view. This kid really is hiding his strength. He can kill over 100 black blades in 3 seconds without making a move. His strength is already at 6 stars. This person was Tornado, who was in charge of Blade Edge Island. Although there was a flight restriction formation here, he was not affected because of his strength. However, what he didn't understand was why Yi Xian had to hide his strength. If he had a 6-star evaluation at the beginning, then he would have been able to enter the Blade Edge Island in the 3rd hour. He would have been able to buy a lot of time. However, he was too far away, so he did not know that Yi Xian had comprehended the ultimacy. He also did not know that the weapon in Yi Xian's hand was a virtual god weapon. However, he continued to follow and observe. At this time, it had been more than 10 minutes since Yi Xian entered Blade Edge Mountain. In this half an hour, he had killed several groups of black blades. There were more than 1,000 of them in total. With his extraordinary recovery speed, he did not need to rest at all. He did not need to recover. He just killed his way up. That's strange. That person encountered the golden blades not long after he went up. I've been here for more than 10 minutes. Why haven't I seen them yet? Yi Xian was very helpless. However, he really did get what he wanted. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he found a trace of gold on the blade's peak mountain. A golden blade. I finally found it, and it's alone. You're finished. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He estimated that the value of this golden blade was at least equivalent to 500 black blades. In an instant, Yi Xian rushed over. The golden blade also discovered Yi Xian and used its 2 golden blade legs to welcome him. Sword of Earth Splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Earth Pulsation. Before this golden blade could get close, several golden blades were first shaken off by the Battle Dragon's 10 Steps. Then, they were immediately struck by the Sword of Earth Splitting and disintegrated instantly. I killed the golden blade in 1 hit. My attack power is not bad. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Chapter 558. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation 6-star Slayer. The main body's golden saber was probably even tougher than a supreme grade heaven tier weapon. If not for the lack of enhancement, Yi Xian could have played around with the golden saber. Unfortunately, the golden saber had no enhancement at all. It could only be used as a toy. Yi Xian felt that he could encounter more golden sabers, so he devoured the golden saber. So much experience. If I can kill a few more, I'll probably be able to break through again. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rushed out. At the same time, another person entered Blade Peak Mountain. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely recognize that this person was one of the 8 6-star rated people from the other day. A 6-star rated person with an invitation card would have at least 60% attribute conversion. His actual combat power would definitely surpass that of a 6-star. Yi Xian, who did not know this, was still pacing around Blade Peak Mountain. So the golden sabers aren't as scary as I thought. As long as there aren't more than 10 of them, I can easily deal with them. Yi Xian was still slaughtering the black and golden sabers. Now, his confidence was greatly boosted. Even if he encountered a group of golden sabers, he was confident that he could exhaust them to death. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 44 points. The system notified. Finally, he broke through. Seems like it's still hard to level up by killing monsters. The fastest way is still to kill. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, those experts were scattered across the 5 islands. There were not many experts on Blade Peak Island. Those 5.5-star rated experts might have already obtained golden sabers and gone to other islands. Rumble. Just as Yi Xian broke through, a rumbling sound came from afar. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and muttered to himself, "There's still someone on Blade Peak Mountain." Someone was here. This was a good sign. If it was an easy target, he would go over. Immediately, he rushed in that direction. Not long after, he saw a group of golden sabers chasing after a young man. *CK, I've been here for so long, but I haven't seen a group of golden blades. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't know whether it was good luck or bad luck that he didn't encounter a group of golden blades. He narrowed his eyes and discovered that the young man being chased was actually one of the 8 6-star experts. His eyes immediately lit up. If he were to fight one-on-one, he might have to fight a tough battle. However, it was not a one-on-one battle. That young man was being chased by 7 golden blades. If he didn't take advantage of this situation, how could it be justified? Kill! Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he swiftly swept over. In this world of the strong, he would not show mercy because he knew that if he was the one being hunted down and the young man saw it, he would definitely do the same. Damn it! The young man also noticed Yi Xian and immediately cursed. Then, he shouted, "Sir, help me kill these golden blades, and we'll split them equally." Split equally. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but emit 2 rays of light. He could slowly deal with these golden blades. Why would he need to team up with someone else? Moreover, the young man's universe ring was the real deal. If he got it, he could at least break through once. Cut the crap and die. Yi Xian shouted and took a step forward with his right foot. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. This attack directly passed through the group of golden blades and blasted toward the young man. What? The young man was shocked and hurriedly gathered his attribute True Qi at his feet. Although he was still hit, his fire attribute True Qi blocked a lot of the impact. However, his feet couldn't help but tremble. In an instant, the golden blades closed the distance between them. What kind of martial art is this? How can it be so powerful? The young man was very puzzled. At this time, he only thought that this martial art was powerful. He didn't expect it to be the weakest earth attribute martial art that had only merged with the profound meaning of earth. However, that kick just now was just an appetizer. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's feet quickly alternated as he continuously used the Battle Dragon's 10 steps that had merged with the pulse of the earth, second layer. Even if the young man had fire attribute True Qi, he couldn't block such a frequent attack. After all, he still had to defend against those golden blades. Although Yi Xian's Battle Dragon's 10 steps didn't hit every time, it was enough that one of the 3 strikes could hit the young man. Crack! When the third Battle Dragon's 10 steps that contained the pulse of the earth landed on the young man's feet, a unique crisp sound finally rang out. This was the sound of the young man's bones shattering. Not good. The young man's expression changed. He didn't expect to fall in such a damned place. He also didn't expect that he would be attacked by countless golden blades. Yi Xian didn't want the young man to be hacked to death by the golden blades. What if they broke the universe ring? Therefore, he started to clean up the golden blades. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. A series of explosions rang out as Yi Xian slashed out 5 Sword of the Earth splitting, disintegrating one of the golden blades. This scene fell into the young man's eyes, and his heart was in turmoil. So strong. This person's attack power is so strong. Who is he? Why didn't he show off when we were on the back of the 9 Firmament's Great Cloud Rock? Why did he give up on the guidance of the Dominator? The young man had many questions in his heart, but he was in no mood to ask them now that he was in danger. He had to escape, or he might die here. Boom! The second golden blade fell. Boom! The third golden blade fell. At this moment, only 4 golden blades were left chasing after the young man. Kid, I won't let you go just like that. Yi Xian's figure flashed and suddenly appeared in front of a golden blade. He then slashed the ground with the sword of the earth splitting. The sword of the earth splitting that he used just now was thrown out, so the young man didn't notice it. When the young man felt something was wrong, a cold light suddenly swept out from under his feet and hit his left hand. Rip! A broken arm flew up. What? The young man's eyes widened. He didn't expect this. His interspatial ring contained a large number of heavenly treasures and earthly treasures, as well as the 5 elements tokens that he had spent a day collecting. He couldn't lose them. I'll fight it out with you. The young man made up his mind. He gripped his long sword tightly and rushed back. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly flew over and caught his severed arm. It was Yi Xian. Ha! The moment Yi Xian took off his universe ring, he couldn't help but smile. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. Chapter 559. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Meditation Seed, Ding. Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 47 points. This time, it was another huge breakthrough as it increased by 3 points. The young man was the young city lord of one of the big cities in Luosha region. His interspatial ring contained unimaginable wealth. However, all of it went to Yi Xian. Ha! Die! Yi Xian's aura suddenly surged as a large amount of demonic aura gushed out from his body and condensed into the shadow of a demon god. He had not used the demon god chapter from the beginning so that he could unleash his power at this moment. Now, the time had come. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Sword of the earth splitting. Pulse of the earth. The young man only felt his eyes flicker as if the entire world was shaken. In the next moment, he saw the 4 golden blades in front of him disintegrate instantly. Strong. So strong. This was his first reaction, and also his last reaction. Gotcha! A crisp sound was transmitted into his mind. Then, his vision quickly blurred. His head had been shattered by Yi Xian. Plop! The young man's body fell to the ground. Not only that, but the 4 golden blades also fell. Yi Xian instantly exploded and killed them. This was his true strength. Even a 6-star person was killed by me. With my strength, I should be able to squeeze into the top 10 among these 1,000 people, Yi Xian thought to himself. However, he did not become arrogant. After all, he could not reveal the Bahuang sword. Without the Bahuang sword, he was at most a 6-star person. Those 6-star people usually hid their strength. Who knows, there might be a few who could achieve 70% conversion. After pausing for a moment, he kept the corpses of the golden blades and began to investigate the items inside. Just now, he had devoured the cultivation resources and did not take a closer look. This person's status was definitely not low. Who knows, he might have something good. Fiery stone, pure gold sand. Yi Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect this young man to have been to 2 islands. This was too good for him. With the addition of the golden blade, he now had 3 tokens of the 5 elements. Right now, I'm still not strong enough. Let's first explore this Blade Peak mountain, then go to wood and water. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then disappeared in a flash. It had only been a day, but he had already collected 3 tokens. Perhaps the first batch of 7-star evaluators had already collected 5 tokens? He didn't dare be negligent, because there were only 10 spots to enter the 5-element pool, and the time was determined according to the number of spots. However, what he did not know was that his actions were seen by Tornado. To think that this brat's strength is so terrifying. Since the 1,000 Demon sect was able to nurture such a genius, I reckon that they wouldn't decline too far. Tornado narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he was wondering if he should get closer to observe Yi Xian and see what kind of trump cards he had. However, after thinking about it, he decided against it. After all, with Yi Xian's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to collect the 5 elements tokens. After this round, wouldn't he find out in the second round? Tornado stood high in the sky, watching Yi Xian. He watched as Yi Xian walked around Blade Peak Mountain, killing the black and golden blades. Does this brat want to go around Blade Peak Mountain and collect all the golden blades? After realizing Yi Xian's intentions, Tornado didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If that was the case, then the others wouldn't be able to complete the task. However, there was a fixed number of golden blades on Blade Peak Mountain. Tornado knew how many golden blades there were on Blade Peak Mountain. Moreover, before Yi Xian came to Blade Peak Mountain, someone had already obtained a golden blade and left. Below, Yi Xian didn't notice that someone was watching him. He killed his way from the south to the north, killing more than 100 golden blades. I've only improved a little. It's too slow. Let's go to Wood Island. Yi Xian shook his head. If he lost a spot to enter the 5-element pool because of collecting these golden blades, then the loss outweighed the gain. His goal was to enter the top 10. He immediately left Blade Edge Island and tried to get his bearings. Blade Peak Island was the Metal Island, the left was the Earth Island, and the right was the Wood Island. This time, he was going to the Isle of Wood, then the Isle of Water, and finally the Isle of Ice. Finally, he would be able to enter the Central Isle. However, when he arrived at the edge of Blade Peak Island and saw the Wood Island, a voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Someone has already reached the Central Island. I hope everyone will work hard and be careful. Yi Xian recognized this voice. It belonged to the Luosha region's domain lord. Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly, sure enough, someone reached Blade Peak Mountain before me and obtained a golden blade. I don't know who this person is, but first place gets to soak in the 5-element pool for 10 days first. He didn't dare to delay and jumped into the sea. Only the 5-element island had a forbidden space formation. This sea had one as well. Those who weren't strong enough had to swim obediently. Yi Xian had a bloodline, so he swam extremely fast. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the Wood Island. Yi Xian didn't know the name of this Wood Island, but he knew that this Wood Island should be very dangerous. After all, he had seen a few people come from the Earth Island, but he had never seen the Wood Island before. The Wood element's attack power isn't strong, but it has many effects. This Wood Island should be poisonous. Yi Xian reminded himself in his heart. He wasn't afraid of poison. After all, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. As long as his strength continued to increase, his resistance to poison would also increase. However, not all poisons could be detoxified immediately. If he was poisoned by a paralyzing poison and was killed while he was detoxifying, that would be terrible. Yi Xian reached the Wood Island. He guessed that the tokens of the 5 elements should be at the center of each island. Now that someone had already reached the center island, he had to hurry. He rushed straight to the center. Previously, on Blade Edge Island, Yi Xian had seen quite a few heavenly and earthly treasures, but this island of wood was even more terrifying. Heavenly and earthly treasures could be seen everywhere, so Yi Xian was extremely happy to receive them. Boom! 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 Another series of explosions fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian was stunned. Without thinking, he rushed toward the source of the sounds. This time, it was a battle between 2 people. Scram! I found this tranquil seed first. Rare treasures belong to the capable. So what if you found it first? Didn't I pluck it first? You're courting death. 2 quarreling voices came. Yi Xian looked around and saw that 2 people were fighting. However, he focused his attention on the conversation between the 2 of them. Tranquil seed. It was actually the tranquil seed. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Chapter 560. Translator, Trans and Editor. Trans and Demon God Transformation. Yi Xian had tried to fuse the demon god's projection into his body after hearing Tornado's words, but the system had notified him that his realm was not high enough. It was still the same now. However, if he obtained some things, he could bring it forward. For example, the meditation seed. The meditation seed. If I can get the meditation seed, I can fuse the demon god's projection into my body. When that happens, I will be a demon god. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He observed for a moment and realized that these two people were not very strong. At most, they had a 5.5-star evaluation. He had even killed a 6-star evaluation. What was a 5.5-star evaluation to him? Let me be the fisherman one more time. Yi Xian instantly charged out of the forest. What? The two people turned around in shock. Then, their heads buzzed as two war dragons 10 steps imbued with the throbbing pulse of the earth shattered their heads. Instant kill. Yi Xian's strength had already grown to such a terrifying level just by moving his feet. After the two people died, Yi Xian quickly went over and took their interspatial rings. Sure enough, there was a green seed in one of the rings. It looked a little like a bloodline seed. This was the meditation seed. Ding, will the host fuse with the demon god's projection? Yes. After Yi Xian answered in his mind, the meditation seed in the devour space disappeared. Ding, the fusion of the demon god's projection is successful. The host has learned the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique, Demon God Transformation. Success. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. He immediately used the Tao Heart Seed Demon Technique. A large amount of demonic qi surged out of his body and condensed into the demon god's projection. This was no different from the demon god chapter. However, this was not the end. After the demon god's projection appeared, it suddenly rushed into Yi Xian's body. In the next moment, Yi Xian's aura suddenly expanded. So strong. It's at least twice as strong as the demon god chapter. Yi Xian was bursting with confidence. He was thinking that if he had been able to fuse with the demon god Phantom back on Blade Peak Mountain, he would have been able to finish off the 6-star rated youth even without using the Bahuang sword. In other words, he could now put away the Bahuang sword as a trump card. I'll keep the Bahuang sword for now and use the demon god transformation. Yi Xian put away the Bahuang sword and casually took out a high-quality heaven artifact. Although the demonic god transformation was powerful, when it was used, 4/5 of Yi Xian's true qi would be drained. The more true qi he consumed, the stronger his amplification would be. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Otherwise, he could only use it as a trump card. Now that he could fuse with the demonic god's phantom, he had the ability to compete with those geniuses. Therefore, he had to hurry up. The sooner he collected the 5 elements token, the sooner he could go to the central island and obtain the title. Yi Xian fused with the demon god's phantom and charged toward the center of the Isle of Wood with his black eyes. The center of the Isle of Wood was still a forest, but there was a special danger here. It was the demon tree that Yi Xian had encountered before. Yi Xian casually killed a person and obtained the so-called sacred seed of life. The sacred seed of life was a good thing. It was a holy item for healing. However, Yi Xian already had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. It was equivalent to devouring the sacred seed of life at all times. Then, Yi Xian quickly left the Isle of Wood and headed for the Isle of Water. At this time, he had already obtained 4 tokens. As long as he obtained the Star of the Ocean, he could go to the central island. However, just as he was about to enter the sea, a second person has already reached the central island. He is currently in second place. The Luosha region's domain ruler's voice suddenly rang out. Yi Xian was startled, but suddenly felt a sense of hope. Now that a second person had reached the central island, he might be able to snatch the top 3. Third place would be able to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. Yi Xian estimated that if he were to soak in the 5 elements pool for 8 days, it would be enough to raise his attribute affinity to the upper epic level. At that time, his attack would have a qualitative leap. However, when he arrived at the Isle of Water. Damn, is the Isle of Water a donut? Is it the center of the island or the sea? Yi Xian was speechless. It seemed that if he wanted to obtain the Star of the Ocean, he would have to go to the bottom of the sea. He also understood that there should be an array at the bottom of the Isle of Water. Yi Xian didn't even think as he directly jumped into the sea. Damn, it's so cold. As soon as he jumped in, his whole body shivered. The water here was much colder than the water outside. Most people can only stay here for an hour. But I have the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. I can maintain my body temperature and breathe underwater. I have an advantage over others. At this thought, Yi Xian immediately dove in. Several bloodlines immediately came into play. The bottom of the sea was very dark, but Yi Xian could see clearly. After jumping in, he kept diving. He estimated that the Star of the Ocean should be in the depths. He dived for a while. Boom! 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 There was a flash of light in the distance, as well as some impact. As expected, the bottom of the sea was still dangerous. Of course, it could also be 2 humans fighting. Yi Xian quickly rushed over. If 2 humans were fighting, it could be because they were fighting for the Star of the Ocean. However, he was disappointed. The 2 people who were fighting were not both humans. Only one of them was fighting with an undersea saint beast. When Yi Xian went over, he just happened to kill the undersea saint beast and quickly put away the corpse. However, Yi Xian's sharp eyes saw that after the sacred beast died, a part of its body glowed. The Star of the Ocean. A thought flashed through his mind and he immediately rushed over. You want to steal it? You're courting death. The young man instantly charged at Yi Xian. Although they were at the bottom of the sea, he happened to be of the water attribute, so his attack power would not be reduced by much. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed that the young man seemed to be one of the 8 6-star experts. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up. You can only count yourself unlucky to have met me. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He immediately summoned the demon god's shadow and merged it into his body. He held the Bahuang sword in his hand and slashed several earth-shattering swords in front of him. The earth-shattering swords, which contained the pulse of the earth, broke through the water and instantly dispersed the young man's water attribute qi. What? The young man did not expect his attack to be broken. He was a little careless because he was unfamiliar with Yi Xian. You want to kill me with this little bit of skill? Dream on. The young man clenched his teeth and used his trump card. Water Dragon burst. The earth-shattering swords were instantly swallowed by the young man's water dragon. However, the earth-shattering swords were not to be trifled with. The water dragon had just formed when it was on the verge of collapse. Water Dragon, swallow him. Chapter 561. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation Central Island, Humph. Yi Xian snorted and charged forward with Dragon War Stomp. The water dragon opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Yi Xian in one gulp. However, in the next moment, its body violently shook, creating a violent impact that shook away the surrounding water, forming a vacuum space. Yi Xian, on the other hand, dashed toward the young man unscathed. Earth-shattering sword. Yi Xian swung his sword a few more times. His attack was blocked due to the distance just now. Now that they were 1,000 meters apart, the young man would not be able to block his attack so easily. Run! Seeing that his water dragon was destroyed, the young man immediately turned around and fled. However, how could he be faster than Yi Xian, who had the bloodline of the blade fish and had advanced his agility 3 times? You still want to run? Yi Xian quickly caught up with him and waved his Bahuang sword crazily, blocking the young man's escape route. Die! In the next moment, Yi Xian released his killer move. The young man was unable to block it and was cut into pieces by the earth-shattering sword. Dead! Star of the ocean! Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He quickly dashed over and kept the young man's interspatial ring. Indeed, the source of light in the sacred beast's corpse was a stone that looked like a starfish. It should be the so-called Star of the Ocean. Now that Yi Xian had collected all 5 elements tokens, he would be third as long as he reached the central island. Let's go! Yi Xian quickly crawled out of his sleeping bag and swam to the shore. After identifying the location, he swam toward the central island. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The 5 elements formation had 5 elemental islands, and the central island was in the middle. Yi Xian quickly swam over because there was no third place yet. If he could get the third place, he could stay in the 5 elements pool for 8 days. 8 days. He had heard that a legendary prodigy had appeared in the 5 elements pool. He estimated that if he soaked in it for 8 days, his affinity with the earth element would at least increase to the upper epic level. It was even possible for him to reach the legendary level. Charge! Yi Xian could not care less. At this moment, he was thinking that even if he met someone along the way, he would not make a move. He would fight for third place first. However, what he wished for really happened. When he saw the central island, there was actually a person from the neighboring Fire Island who wanted to go to the central island. F***CK, what a coincidence. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. He could feel the aura from thousands of meters away, so he could not fall behind. As the sky was rather dark, the other party had only discovered Yi Xian and did not know who Yi Xian was. However, there was actually someone who wanted to snatch his third place. Courting death. You bastard, you want to steal my third place. Don't even think about it. The young man's eyes turned cold as he rushed towards Yi Xian. In terms of distance, he was closer than Yi Xian, but he suddenly turned back because he felt that Yi Xian was faster than him. If the two of them were to compete, Yi Xian would definitely reach the central island faster. You're coming towards me. How dare you overestimate yourself? Fine, I'll send you to hell. Yi Xian took out the Bahuang sword, stomped his feet, and flew towards his opponent. Demon God Transformation. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. When his opponent got close, Yi Xian did not hesitate to attack. His opponent was slower than him, but he could not detect much. Fortunately, his opponent was of the fire attribute. In the sea, the power of his attack would be greatly reduced. Yi Xian's Sword of the Earth Shattering took 3 flaming sword chis from his opponent to break through. The gap was instantly exposed. How strong! I can't fight him. Retreat! The young man's face darkened as he quickly turned back. You want to run after showing off? Yi Xian did not want to find trouble with him, but his opponent was clearly in front of him, yet he came looking for trouble. You can come and go as you please, but it won't be that easy to leave. Sword of the Earth Shattering. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yi Xian attacked crazily and blocked his opponent's escape route. At the same time, he quickly chased after him. He estimated that his speed in the sea was the fastest among the 1,000 geniuses. Definitely the best. Bang! 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 Yi Xian's legs alternated rapidly and caught up with his opponent in the blink of an eye. Not good. The other party's expression had already sunk to the bottom of the valley. He was extremely regretful in his heart. Why did he take the initiative to provoke Yi Xian? If he hadn't provoked him just now, getting fourth place wouldn't be bad. After all, it was only one day less. But now, he had to bear the wrath of Yi Xian. There was a possibility of dying. No, it was not a possibility. He would definitely die. Die. Yi Xian stomped his feet and waved his Bahuang sword crazily. In a second, he sent out more than 20 slashes. These 20 swords of the earth shattering easily broke through the sea water that could freeze a strength realm martial artist to death and swept towards the young man. The angles of these attacks were extremely tricky. According to Yi Xian's estimations, this youth would definitely die under these series of attacks. Sure enough, it was just as Yi Xian expected. After blocking 3 of the swords of the earth shattering, the young man was hit by the remaining swords of the earth shattering. His entire body exploded in the sea. You overestimate yourself. Yi Xian snorted coldly. He swept over and put away the interspatial ring. This young man was also one of the 8 6-star geniuses. Unfortunately, he met Yi Xian in the sea. Now, Yi Xian had personally killed 3 6-star geniuses. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased. It is currently at 48 points. 48 points, only 2 points left from 50%. After his opponent died, Yi Xian did not hesitate for a moment. He quickly swam towards the central island. A minute later, he successfully landed on the central island. Oh! Another one came. A surprised voice sounded out. Yi Xian raised his head to look and saw a person in the air. The 5 elements great array had a space restriction array. Even the strongest geniuses could not fly. Since this person was able to stand in the sky, he was naturally someone beside the Luosha region's domain master. You are third. Come with me. The old man smiled at Yi Xian. Then, he slowly flew in a direction. Yi Xian used his true qi to dry the water and followed him. Soon, he saw a small palace that was emitting golden light under the night sky. There was a group of people in front of the palace's gate. Oh! When this group of people saw Yi Xian, they all looked at him in surprise. After all, these people had never seen Yi Xian before. Little brother, take out the 5 elements tokens. If they are correct, you will be third. If they are wrong, you will be eliminated. The old man who led Yi Xian here just now landed on the ground. Yi Xian nodded. Then, he took out the tokens one by one from the devouring space. Chapter 562. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 5 Elements Pool, not bad, all 5 of them are correct. You are the 3rd place of the first round of the 100 Territories Summit. The old man nodded. He did not take away Yi Xian's items. Although the Luosha region's domain leader did not take out a sample for these geniuses to see, what was the use of being a genius if they did not even have this much insight? Yes. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He did not expect that he would be able to squeeze into the top 3. His original plan was to be in the top 10. After obtaining the rankings, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the others. He felt a little strange because he did not find the 1st and 2nd place among this group of experts. Could it be that they have already entered the 5 elements pool? Yi Xian thought to himself. Only then did he remember that this was to save time. The 1st place was rewarded with 10 days of immersion in the 5 elements pool. The 2nd place was rewarded with 9 days of immersion. Yi Xian was 3rd and could immerse himself in the pool for 8 days. If he immersed himself in the pool by himself, it would take 2 months. Therefore, He was sure that the first and second place had already entered the five elements pool. Kid, I see a large amount of demonic aura on your body. Which force are you from? At this time, the Luosha region's domain leader suddenly asked. I am from the Thousand Demons sect in the Green Cliff region. Yi Xian replied. Oh, the Thousand Demons sect, the sect established by Old Devil Wan thousands of years ago. The Luosha region's domain leader nodded slightly and did not ask any more questions. He said directly, then you can go in. You are the third place, so you can immerse yourself in the pool for 8 days. Let's go, I will bring you in. The old man from before walked over and directly brought Yi Xian into the palace. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this group of experts had concealed their auras. Otherwise, if all of them were to be released, he would not be able to breathe. Kid, don't jump in recklessly later. The five elements pool was formed by the five elements great array after thousands of years. The five elements reinforce and counteract each other. Each element is gathered from the 5 islands. Every drop is very precious. When you come out, you must shake the water dry before coming out, the old man reminded him. Junior knows. Yi Xian nodded. Very soon, the old man brought Yi Xian to a small room. The moment the door was opened, Yi Xian could smell a dense spiritual energy. 5 elements pool. Yi Xian widened his eyes and looked at the square pool in front of him. This square pool was only 10 meters long. What? Just one. He was a little surprised. He thought that the 5-element pool would be the 5 pools of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He didn't expect them to be together. At this moment, there were already 2 figures in the 5 elements pool, a man and a woman. Yi Xian had seen this man before. It was Li Xiu, who had fought with the stone puppet before. As for that woman, Yi Xian had never seen her before. At this moment, she had concealed her aura, so Yi Xian could not see through her. All right, take off your cosmos ring and enter, Elder said. Yes. Yi Xian nodded and walked over. After taking off his cosmos ring, he slowly entered the pool. When his body was immersed in the 5 elements pool, he felt 5 types of energy enter his body. At this moment, he understood that the 5 elements pool did not only increase the highest attribute, but also increase all 5 attributes together. At this moment, Yi Xian noticed that there was an old man sitting in the corner of the small room. He should be the old man guarding the 5 elements pool. His strength was unfathomable. You're third. When Yi Xian was about to close his eyes and wait for 8 days, Li Xiu suddenly opened his eyes in another corner. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. That's not bad. Where are you from? Li Xiu asked again. Green Cliff region, a small sect. Yi Xian casually replied. If Green Cliff region and Luosha region were to be compared, the former was like a baby. Naturally, the sects there were not up to par, so it could only be called a small sect. Hearing this, a strange look flashed across Li Xiu's eyes. There was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could feel that Yi Xian was not strong. He was probably just a kid with good luck. This was good. When it came to the second round of the 100 Territory Summit, he would have one less opponent. Li Xiu did not ask again and waited quietly. Yi Xian's attention fell on the other woman. This woman was around 20 years old and had a pretty face. She stood motionlessly in another corner of the pool. I've never seen her before. It seems that she's a hidden expert. I just don't know which one of them has a 7-star evaluation. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that among these 1,000 experts, there would definitely be a 7-star evaluation expert. Otherwise, the first one to set out would have a 6.5-star evaluation. A 7-star evaluation meant that one's strength was very strong and would not fall behind others. Therefore, Yi Xian guessed that one of these two people had a 7-star evaluation. Or perhaps, both of them had a 7-star evaluation. My current attribute conversion is only 48, not even 50%. If I use the Demon God transformation, Earth Pulse, and Bahuang's sword, I should be able to contend with a 7-star evaluation. However, if I don't use Bahuang's sword, I'm afraid I won't be able to beat them. Yi Xian was very conflicted. However, these things should wait until 8 days later. After all, the 5 Elements pool's upgrade was based on each person's aptitude. Some people had very little, while others could upgrade to the legendary level. It was not certain who would emerge victorious. However, just as Yi Xian was soaking in the 5 Elements pool, outside the palace, Territory Leader, the 3rd-ranked kid, has a pretty good aptitude. His attribute conversion has not reached 50% yet, but he was the first to obtain 5 tokens. Not bad. His aptitude is good and he's very young. If he's nurtured for a few years, he might be the 2nd Huang Tianyu. This Huang Tianyu has some ambitions after entering the Warlord Palace. I wonder how he's doing and whether he has broken through to the virtual god realm. A group of Luosha region experts were chatting. The Huang Tianyu that they were talking about was the genius whose attribute affinity had increased to the legendary level after soaking in the 5 Elements pool. This genius was sent to the Warlord Palace by the Luosha region's territory leader. After passing the examination, he successfully joined the Warlord Palace and became a palace guard. Oh ho ho, it would be best if another one appeared. The Luosha region's territory leader said with a smile. At this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the central island. No one noticed his appearance. The figure held a folding fan in his hand, and then silently descended. Everyone. When the white figure landed above the Luosha region's territory leader, he suddenly spoke. Hearing this voice, everyone raised their heads in surprise, only to see a stranger standing above them. Who is it? The Luosha region's territory leader was shocked. He was at the peak of the spirit stage and was only 1 step away from the virtual god realm. Chapter 563. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and my surname is Jiang. However, this white figure was able to silently arrive above their heads. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Don't be nervous. If I wanted to kill you, you would already be dead. The white figure waved his fan and smiled. If Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize him. This was because the white figure was Jiang Tianjin, who had killed Wei Zhentian and tortured and humiliated him twice. What are you saying? The Luosha region ruler and the others were upset. However, they understood that the white figure in front of them was an empty god realm existence. It would be easy for an empty god realm expert to kill spirit realm experts like them. They could not understand why an empty god realm expert would appear here. Is there anything I can help you with? The Luosha region ruler asked respectfully. Jiang Tianjin did not beat around the bush and said, I know that you are holding a 100 territory summit. The winner will have the opportunity to enter the Warlord Hall, right? Yes. The Luosha region ruler nodded. 3 people have already entered the 5 Elements pool, right? What are you going to do next? Jiang Tianjin asked. What are we going to do? The leader of Luosha region was stupefied. He turned his head and looked at the crowd. It's like this, the Battle Emperor Palace gave us 5 spots this time. Therefore, the top 10 cultivators will fight against each other and the last 5 will be chosen. I will go to the Battle Emperor Palace and take the exam. Pairs. That's great. Jiang Tianjin smiled and said, then I order you to put the 1st and 3rd place together. 1st and 3rd place. The Luosha region ruler was stunned and refused. Sir, this is against the rules. Rules? What rules? Jiang Tianjin closed his fan and shouted, "I am the rules." The Luosha region ruler's expression changed. Not only that, but the others also changed. They did not understand why the first and third place were put together. Could it be that the first and third place had angered the white figure? "May I ask who you are?" The Luosha region ruler did not answer immediately and asked. "You don't need to know who I am. You only need to know that my surname is Jiang." Jiang Tianjin said coldly. "Ginger." When this surname fell into everyone's ears, they also looked around blankly. Only the Luosha region's domain master reacted. "Jiang, the king of Tool's palace." The Luosha region's domain master exclaimed. Only then did the group behind him react. It turned out that this Jiang was from the Jiang clan of the king of Tool's hall. This young man in white who was at the virtual god realm was actually from the Jiang family. One had to know that the Luosha region was adjacent to the Beast King Hall's Kai Tian region, not the Tool King Hall. Then, why would the Jiang clan appear in the Battle King Hall's territory? "Your Excellency, we are under the jurisdiction of the Battle King Palace." The Luosha region's region master reminded him. The Battle King Hall, the Tool King Hall, and the Beast King Hall used to be one entity, but they later split up, dividing the entire eastern continent into 3 parts. The Luosha region was under the jurisdiction of the Warlord Hall. "So what? I only know that I am in charge here," Jiang Tianjin said domineeringly. However, he also had the strength. A single virtual god realm powerhouse was enough to kill everyone here and sink all 6 islands. "I want to know the reason." The Luosha region's domain master hesitated for a moment before asking. His question almost scared the group of experts behind him to death. The Luosha region's domain master was too bold. He dared to ask so many questions in front of a virtual god realm powerhouse. Wasn't he afraid of angering the other party and causing a massacre? Reason? It's just for fun. You can choose not to do as I say, but the consequences will be severe. Jiang Tianjin squinted his eyes. Everyone trembled. I understand. The Luosha region's domain master finally decided to compromise. This was something that could not be helped. After all, the other party was a virtual god realm powerhouse. Every virtual god realm powerhouse had the ability to destroy the heavens and earth. Even if these huge islands were in front of them, they could easily destroy them. Hence, they could not be provoked. Hee, then I will leave first. Oh right, pretend that I was never here. Jiang Tianjin laughed coldly and disappeared. Everyone present did not notice how he left. It was as if he had teleported. Speaking of which, they found it ridiculous. Was it possible to play around? If Jiang Tianjin came down to watch the battle, it would make sense. However, Jiang Tianjin actually used his strength to suppress everyone and privately set the battle order. This was too fake. I don't know. Who provoked him? The Luosha region's domain master and the others all thought so. They still did not understand. If someone really provoked Jiang Tianjin could kill the other party with a snap of his fingers. Why would he do this? Time passed day by day. Yi Xian arrived on the 2nd night. He was the 3rd. After him, no one else came. On the 3rd day, the 4th came. Following that, the 5th, 6th, and 10th came. These people were very strong. None of them obtained the 5 elements token by luck. After they arrived, they were also brought into the 5 elements pool. At this time, the 5 elements pool was already filled with 10 people. The 10th could only soak in the 5 elements pool for 1 day. However, this 1 day also benefited the 10th. Although there were many people in the 5 elements pool, each person's soak time was different. After 1 day, the 10th was asked to leave the 5 elements pool. 2 days later, it was the 9th. The geniuses left one by one. In the end, only Yi Xian and the other two were left. At this time, Yi Xian had been in the 5 elements pool for 7 days. In another hour, he would have to leave the 5 elements pool. In these few days, Yi Xian's attribute affinity slowly increased. He had also been paying attention to his attribute panel. Now, his earth attribute affinity had increased to the upper epic level. He was only a little bit away from the legendary level. Increase, don't stop. Just a little bit more and you'll reach the legendary level. Although Yi Xian closed his eyes and quietly waited in the corner of the 5 elements pool, he was shouting in his heart. If he could reach the legendary level, his strength would soar again. At this time, whoosh whoosh, a wind suddenly blew in the palace. The old man sitting in the corner opened his eyes and exclaimed, "The gathering of the fire attribute heaven and earth's chi of heaven and earth. Legendary." Not long after, the door of the room was violently pushed open and a group of people walked in. "Who is it?" The Luosha region's domain master asked in horror. In the 5 elements pool, Yi Xian and the other woman opened their eyes and looked at Li Xiu in the other corner. Chapter 564. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 3 Legends. Ha, great, I didn't expect another legend to appear this year. The Luosha region leader was grinning from ear to ear. Huang Tianyu also reached the legend level and successfully joined the Warlord Hole. Maybe Li Xiu can do it too. 5 spots, if one of them can join the Warlord Hall, that would be great. A group of people were discussing this matter. But at that moment, huff, huff. The water attribute chi of heaven and earth in the room suddenly increased. Oh my god, another legend. The Luosha region leader and the others gasped. They wouldn't have come if it wasn't for them. Now, 2 of them came at once. They were really lucky. If they gave these 2 to the Warlord Hall, they could exchange them for a large amount of cultivation resources. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He was the only one left who hadn't broken through the epic level and reached the legend level. However, not long after Li Xiu and the woman increased their affinity to the fire attribute and water attribute to the legend level, ding! The host's affinity to the earth attribute has increased. It is currently at the lower legend level. The earth attribute gathered again after the fire and water attributes. The room was filled with 3 types of chi of heaven and earth, almost squeezing the other 2 out of the room. The earth attribute chi of heaven and earth, how is this possible? It's too fake. The 3 of them reached the legend level almost at the same time. Is this a miracle? I remember that this should be the last day of this kid's life. The crowd was in an uproar. However, the Luosha region leader's face turned pale in an instant. He suddenly remembered the Jiang family disciple from 8 days ago. The first place was going to fight the 3rd place. Under normal circumstances, it was a battle of life and death. However, the first place Li Xiu and the 3rd place Yi Xian had both increased their affinity to the legend level. The people present, including the Luosha region leader, didn't have a legend level affinity. Yi Xian and the other 2 juniors were all legend level. If Yi Xian and Li Xiu were to fight, both of them would be injured. If Yi Xian wasn't careful, Yi Xian would die. Others might not know, but the Luosha region leader and the others knew Li Xiu's level. Li Xiu was able to defeat Yang when he was on the back of the Cloud Eagle. However, at that time, he still had his strength. Li Xiu's Li's was. To Li Xiu's to himself. To the Luosha region leader, to Li Xiu Yang. As for Yi Xian, his affinity wasn't even 50%. His aptitude was far from Li Xiu's. This is bad. I don't know who provoked the Jiang family. If it's this brat, then it's fine. If it's Li Xiu, the Luosha region too. Li too. is Li. Li Xiao Yang Tian. Yang. To Li Xiao. To Li, to Xiao Yang to Tian. The Luosha region's domain master reacted instantly. This was because Murong Shui also received a 7-star evaluation, which was also given by him personally. If Li Xiao provoked Jiang Tianjin, then Li Xiao and Murong Shui would fight. That way, both sides would suffer. That was to say, the one who provoked Jiang Tianjin wasn't Li Xiao. It was Yi Xian. Sigh. To provoke an empty god realm expert. What a pity. The Luosha region leader shook his head helplessly. However, 8 days ago, Jiang Tianjin only asked him to put Yi Xian and Li Xiao together. If Yi Xian was strong enough or admitted defeat, there was still a chance. The Luosha region leader wanted to accept Yi Xian and nurture Yi Xian for a few years before giving him to the warlord palace. Now, even if the Luosha region leader had 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to accept Yi Xian. Yi Xian had provoked an empty god realm expert. Moreover, he was from the Jiang family of the Weapon King Palace. Jiang Tianjin obviously wanted to torture Yi Xian and kill Yi Xian. How could the Luosha region leader protect him? Kid, I don't have the ability to help you. You can only count on yourself. The Luosha region leader thought to himself. He thought that Yi Xian must have provoked Jiang Tianjin by accident. However, due to Jiang Tianjin's identity, he didn't want to do it himself. Then Li Xiao would do it for him. Yi Xian, Li Xiao, and Murong Shui's affinity had all increased to the legendary level. However, because they had just broken through, the Luosha region leader didn't disturb them. Soon, Yi Xian's time was up. He was asked to come out. I didn't expect the 5 elements pool to be so effective. It increased my affinity to the earth element from the epic level to the legendary level. Yi Xian was very satisfied. He was the third, so he only had 8 days. The second place had 9 days, and the first place had 10 days. He still had to wait for 2 days. When he came out of the palace, he saw that there were already close to 100 people outside. These people were all looking at Yi Xian with envy. However, they also received a corresponding reward. Kid, you will stay here for 2 days. After 2 days, we will draw lots for the battle. There are 5 slots. As long as you win 1 battle, you will be sent by the region leader to participate in the Warlord Palace's Palace Guard assessment, said the old man who had brought Yi Xian in. Draw lots for the battle. Yi Xian was stunned. There were only 5 slots. In other words, the top 10 of them would fight each other in pairs. Haha, that's right. As long as I don't meet Li Xiao and Murong Shui, I have almost 100% chance of winning. Yi Xian was overjoyed. There were a total of 10 people who had entered the 5 elements pool. Yi Xian felt that these people weren't very strong, but compared to him, they were still a lot weaker. Even if he didn't use the Bahuang sword, he still had the strength to kill his opponents. It would be fine as long as he didn't meet the first or second place. However, he didn't know that the order of the battle had already been decided. Soon, 2 days had passed. The first one to come out was Murong Shui, which meant that she was the second place. Then, the first place was undoubtedly Li Xiao. Although Li Xiao had advanced to the legendary level at the same time as Yi Xian and Murong Shui, he was the first place. He stayed 1 day longer than Murong Shui and 2 days longer than Yi Xian. Coupled with his own strength, this battle was a sure win. Murong Shui was the same. As long as she didn't meet Li Xiao, her 7-star evaluation was almost guaranteed. After Li Xiao came out, the region leader of Luosha region said loudly, "All right, the top 10 are here. Next, we will fight for the position of the palace guard of the Warlord Palace. We have already decided the order of the battle. Next, please listen carefully. The first and third place, the second and 7th place, the 4th and 6th place, the 5th and 10th place, the 8th and 9th place. Chapter 565. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Fair. When the Luosha region rulers' words fell into the ears of the 100 geniuses, their bodies trembled. They already knew that the affinity of the top 3 geniuses had reached the legendary level. Therefore, they thought that the Luosha region ruler would use some tricks to separate the 3 geniuses. Who would have thought that the Luosha region ruler would be so fair as to put the 1st and 3rd geniuses together? Oh my God, the 2 legendary geniuses are fighting for a spot. The region ruler is indeed fair. This is bad. The 3rd geniuses have good aptitude. If they fight against Li Xiu, they won't have any chance of winning. That's fine. That kid looks young. As long as they nurture him for 5 years, they can always come back next time. A group of people discussed. At the same time, Yi Xian was helpless. He thought that he had used up all his luck to meet Li Xiu. He was sure that he had never offended the Luosha region ruler. However, he was guessing in his heart. He guessed that the Luosha region's domain lord already knew of his strength, which was why he set him and Li Xiu together. This is bad. With so many people, I can't use the Bahuang sword. I might not be able to win if I only rely on other things. Yi Xian thought to himself. The reward for this battle was a spot to be a palace guard of the Warlord Palace. He had to enter the Warlord Palace because it was a clue left by his father. Only by entering the Warlord Palace could he get the next clue. Therefore, he had to fight. He had to defeat Li Xiu. Alright, let's start from the 8th and 9th geniuses. The Luosha region ruler sighed helplessly and said. The crowd was a little disappointed because they thought that the first battle would be between Yi Xian and Li Xiu. However, it did not matter. There were only 5 battles and it would be over soon. You can admit defeat in this battle. The winner will get a spot to be a palace guard of the Warlord Palace. After hearing the Luosha region ruler's words, the 8th and 9th geniuses stepped forward. Please. Please. The 2 geniuses were about the same age and their evaluations were 5.5 stars. Therefore, this battle might be worth watching. However, it was a pity that the person ranked 8th had a water attribute physique, while the person ranked 9th had a wood attribute physique. The water attribute was countered. Thus, the 9th ranked disciple won and obtained the opportunity to participate in the Battle King Palace's examination. Next, it was the 5th and 10th place. There was a great disparity in strength in this battle. The 5th ranked person won and obtained a spot. The 3rd battle was between the 4th and 6th place. There was no suspense. In 4th place was the stone puppet, who had hidden his strength during the evaluation. His true combat strength had reached 6.5 star, close to 7 star, while his opponent was only 5 star, so the stone puppet easily suppressed his opponent and won. These 3 matches were just average to everyone. But in the next round, everyone's eyes widened. Murong Shui, the daughter of the mayor of one of the main cities in Luosha region, was blessed by the heavens. She was only 22 years old, but her attribute conversion had reached 70%. After soaking in the 5 elements pool for 9 days, her water affinity had broken through to the legendary level. Her opponent was ranked 7th. Although he had also concealed his strength, he only had a rating of 5.5 stars. 22 years old and 70% attribute conversion. After hearing the discussions of the others, Yi Xian also came back to his senses. He had also reached 21 years old, 1 year younger than Murong Shui. But Murong Shui's attribute conversion had surpassed his by too much. But this was to be expected. Murong Shui's father was the mayor of Luosha region, and his attribute conversion had reached 90%. He was also a strong person. Murong Shui grew up with a golden spoon in her mouth. How bad could her aptitude be? At this time, the seventh-ranked disciple walked out and said, "I've heard of Miss Murong's great name. Although I'm a little overconfident, but I still hope to receive one of Miss Murong's sword attacks." When these words came out, the surrounding people were all shocked. His attribute conversion had not even reached 60%, and he dared to say that he would receive one of Murong Shue's sword attacks. He was courting death. One had to know that the disparity in strength in this battle was too great. It was almost impossible for Murong Shue to lose, so this young man's best choice was to admit defeat. Okay. Murong Shue also walked out without hesitation. She gently pulled out her long sword and then slashed it out. This slash had an ordinary color, and it was just an attack of pure qi of no attribute. However, due to the suppression of her realm, her opponent did not even have time to react before his right arm was chopped off. Rip! A severed arm was thrown up into the air. The reason this young man risked his life to come out was actually to make a good impression on the beauty. He was really bold. "Thank you for your mercy, Miss Murong." The seventh-ranked disciple expressed his gratitude. Everyone thought in their hearts, "This person is so scheming." Murong Shue defeated the seventh-ranked disciple and obtained the fourth place for the Palace Guard assessment. Then, it was time for the fifth round. This round was the key. I heard that Li Xiu's attribute conversion has also exceeded 70%. Now, his attribute affinity has increased to the legendary level. Among the geniuses present, except for Murong Shue, I don't think anyone can fight with him. That guy's attribute affinity is also legendary. It's a pity that it's a few years too late. He doesn't have the strength to contend with Li Xiu. I think he'll admit defeat immediately. Yes, that's definitely the case. Such a genius will definitely be carefully nurtured by the zone leader. He'll participate in the 100 Territories Summit in 5 years. The surrounding people were whispering to each other. However, at this moment, Yi Xian slowly walked out of the crowd. What? This guy actually walked out. Could it be that he really wants to fight with Li Xiu? What kind of joke is this? Has this guy's attribute conversion reached 60%? He's really courting death. Everyone was shocked, including Li Xiu. This guy actually dares to come out. Isn't he afraid that I'll kill him with one strike? Li Xiu thought in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and did not move. He shouted, "You want to fight with me?" That's right. Yi Xian had already walked out. This is the first time I've seen someone who overestimates himself. Don't think that you're qualified to challenge me just because your attribute affinity has reached the legendary level. Li Xiu still did not move. He stood in place and shouted. How do you know that I'm overestimating myself if we haven't fought? Maybe you're the one who's overestimating yourself. Yi Xian took out a high-quality celestial weapon. Fine, I'll teach you a lesson. Li Xiu snorted and jumped out. He also understood that Yi Xian's aptitude must have caught the eye of the Luo Sha zone leader, so he did not dare to kill him. Yi Xian took a deep breath and said, "Come on." Chapter 566. The first profound Li Xiu's attribute conversion had already reached 70%. The martial arts he practiced were all top-notch. Moreover, his fire attribute Qi countered Yi Xian's earth attribute. More importantly, he couldn't use the Bahuang sword in this battle. Therefore, Yi Xian was going to go all out. Brat, I want you to see that not just any random cat or dog can challenge me. Li Xiu shouted loudly as he slashed at Yi Xian. His realm was the highest among all the geniuses. Murong Shue had only used one strike to deal with her opponent, so Li Xiu wanted to use one strike as well. This flaming sword Qi was extremely sharp. It was aimed at Yi Xian's left hand. If Yi Xian was hit by this sword Qi, his left hand would probably be incinerated in an instant. I won't hide anymore. Demon God Transformation. Suddenly, the shadow of a demon god appeared behind Yi Xian and merged into his body. At this moment, his eyes were pitch black. This is Old Devil Wan's demon god transformation. Luosha region's domain leader, Tornado, and the others were all shocked. When Yi Xian left Blade Island that day, Tornado didn't follow him, so he didn't know that Yi Xian had obtained the Tranquility Seed. He also didn't know that Yi Xian had learned the demon god transformation. The demon god transformation was created thousands of years ago by a void god realm elite. That person was Old Devil Wan. This Old Devil Wan was a little selfish. He didn't pass down the demon god transformation, so it was passed down after his death. But who would have thought that Yi Xian had comprehended the demon god transformation on his own? Li Xiu was stunned for a moment. So he was hiding his strength. But can you block this move? Li Xiu thought to himself. Although Yi Xian had used the demon god transformation, the surrounding elites didn't think that he could block it. At most, he could dodge. But Yi Xian didn't want to dodge. He had been hiding his strength in order to wait for this moment. Now that the time had come, what was the point of hiding it? Sword of the Earth splitting. Second level pulse of the earth. A brownish-yellow sword chi slashed out and collided with the flaming sword chi. Although the earth attribute was countered by Li Xiu's fire attribute, it was still an attribute chi. Its power was much stronger than normal chi. Moreover, the sword of the earth attribute had increased affinity, so Yi Xian could only use earth attribute chi to counterattack. Bang! The flaming sword chi and the earth splitter sword suddenly exploded, and the shockwave swept out, shaking some people to the point that they couldn't open their eyes. Yi Xian had blocked. What? The domain leader of the Luosha region was already prepared to watch Yi Xian be killed, but he didn't expect Yi Xian to actually be able to block it. One had to know that Yi Xian's attribute conversion was only at 48%, not even 50%. Li Xiu's conversion. There was a differently. Coupled with the fact that he had an attribute advantage, the difference in attribute conversion might be close to 30%. Yi Xian was actually able to block a 30% difference in attribute conversion. Why was that? Battle Yi. Li Xiu cried out in shock. He couldn't understand. An attack that could kill someone with 60% attribute conversion was blocked by Yi Xian, who hadn't even reached 50% attribute conversion. This scene was out of everyone's expectations. Even the Luosha region's domain master and Tornado had misjudged him. Only Murong Shui frowned slightly, as if she had realized something. Is this kid more talented than Murong Shui? But the yuan chi he used was only about 50%. It can't be higher. The difference between 50% and 70% attribute conversion is huge. How could he block it? Li Xiu must have gone easy on him. Or is Li Xiu a paper tiger? When Li Xiu heard that, he immediately shouted, "What did you say?" The person who called him a paper tiger shrunk his neck and didn't dare to say more. Yi Xian had blocked Li Xiu's attack with the Sword of the Earth splitting sword, which contained the second-level pulse of the earth. Moreover, it took him 3 moves to block Li Xiu's attack. This was the difference. I don't believe you can block it again. Li Xiu shouted in his heart and slashed again. Yi Xian had been waiting for this for a long time. He slashed 3 more times. Bang! The 3 Sword of the Earth splitting sword collided with the flaming sword aura and exploded. This time, Luosha's domain master understood. Ultimacy, earth-throbbing sword. Luosha's domain master couldn't help but exclaim. Not only that, the surrounding experts also saw it. Earth elemental spirits were as rare as wood elemental spirits. It was relatively rare compared to the other 3 elemental spirits. However, this didn't mean that they were ignorant. They could still recognize ultimacy. What, ultimacy? The surrounding people trembled. They suspected that they had misheard. Ultimacy. Impossible, how did you comprehend ultimacy? Li Xiu couldn't believe it. He had seen his flaming sword aura being shaken twice. This was the earth-throbbing sword of the ultimacy of earth. Everyone was stunned. Luosha's domain master was even more so. His attribute conversion had reached 100 points. He was only one step away from breaking through to the empty god realm. However, if he wanted to break through to the empty god realm, he would need to comprehend an ultimacy. He had been stuck for several years, but he still couldn't comprehend an ultimacy. Although the 5 elements pool could increase attribute affinity, the increase was different for everyone. Luosha's domain master had only reached the upper epic level. The 5 elements pool had no effect on him. Therefore, he had been stuck at the peak of the spirit realm and couldn't break through. However, today, he saw a super genius who had comprehended an ultimacy at the spirit realm. Unfortunately, this super genius had offended an empty god realm powerhouse. What a pity, what a pity. Luosha's domain master and the others thought. They suddenly remembered Jiang Tianjin from 10 days ago. If he only has this much strength, I have a chance of winning. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. In fact, he had another advantage, and that was the anti-flight formation. On the central island, other than the experts, Li Xiu couldn't fly. This way, his battle dragon's 10 steps could be used as a trump card. When necessary, he might be able to catch his opponent off guard. Thinking about this, Yi Xian continued to attack. The vigor realm and spirit realm mainly depended on one's physique. When one reached the essence realm, the increase in physique would not be as great. It was the same for the spirit realm. In terms of physique, Yi Xian's physique was about the same as Li Xiu's. However, his attack speed was faster than his opponent's. After all, he still had the Fist Emperor bloodline, which could increase his attack speed by 30%. Sword of the Earth Splitting. Sword of the Earth Splitting. Sword of the Earth Splitting. Yi Xian stepped on the battle dragon stomp as he attacked. Chapter 567. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Pulsating Guard, I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu felt humiliated. He roared and began to attack crazily. Now, he dared not underestimate Yi Xian. If he lost, he might as well kill himself. At this moment, Yi Xian saw Li Xiu attack. This was a good opportunity. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's Pulsation 2 steps. Although the Battle Dragon Stomp was the lowest level of Earth attribute martial arts, it was extremely powerful after incorporating the Earth's Pulsation. Yi Xian had used it to shatter quite a few people's heads, as well as their leg bones. This time, it was a great opportunity. Wang! Li Xiu, who was attacking, suddenly felt a roar in his head and pain in his legs. His first reaction was to know that he had been hit. In the blink of an eye, his fire attribute true energy gushed out and protected his feet. But at this moment, Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword arrived. Pang! Li Xiu's reaction was quite fast. He casually slashed apart the earth-splitting sword. Otherwise, this sword would have been enough to take his life. My attributes are restrained. This is terrible. Yi Xian was helpless. He thought that if Li Xiu's true energy was of the metal attribute, he would have the upper hand now. Pang! 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 The roars fell into the ears of the surrounding people. They were so shocked that they prostrated themselves on the ground. A person with less than 50% attribute conversion could actually challenge someone with 70% attribute conversion using ultimacy. This ultimacy was so powerful. This is too scary. If this kid had the same attribute conversion as Li Xiu would have been killed instantly. The Luosha region governor thought to himself. At the same time, he was very envious because Yi Xian had comprehended ultimacy. This meant that as long as Yi Xian's attribute conversion reached 100, he would be able to break through to the virtual god realm without any shackles. 3 earth-splitting swords can only block 1 flaming sword aura from the opponent. But my move is very insidious. The opponent can't find the time to attack me and is in a passive position. Yi Xian thought as he attacked. He was able to suppress Li Xiu temporarily because he took the opportunity to attack while Li Xiu was in a daze. If he had taken out the Bahuang sword, Li Xiu would have been a corpse. Unfortunately, he did not dare to take out the Bahuang sword. After all, it was perfectly justified to kill and rob others of their treasures. If a virtual god weapon appeared, it was understandable that the Luosha region's domain master would kill everyone here. Earth-splitting sword. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Earth's 2 waves. Yi Xian's to say, Li Xiu be as Li Xiu had to defend against the earth-splitting sword while also defending against the war dragon stomp. At this moment, he was already cursing Yi Xian in his heart. Yi editors Fox as art_editors Lucas_Lily translation Li Xiu to die to kill Fan as guard as Li as. Originally, Yi Xian's attribute affinity had reached the legendary level, which made him very unhappy. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the ultimacy, Li Xiu was enraged. Li Xiu enjoyed the discussions of the people around him. However, after Yi Xian appeared, he was kicked out of the group. All the discussions revolved around Yi Xian. This made him very unhappy. This kid is so strong. After this, the governor might make an exception and let him join us for the assessment. This is not a good thing for me. Li Xiu thought. He was very confident that he would join the warlord hole. Murongshue's appearance was within his expectations. But now, there was another Yi Xian. This meant that if they joined the warlord hall successfully, the 3 of them would be valued by the warlord hall. How could it be the same to value 3 people and 1 person? Most importantly, if Yi Xian joined the warlord hall successfully, the warlord hall would definitely nurture Yi Xian first. When that time came, he and Murongshui would be in an awkward situation. Therefore, Yi Xian had to die. Kill, I'm going to kill you. Li Xiu roared in his heart. His aura suddenly surged. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Li Xiu still had a trump card. Although the increase in strength of Li Xiu's martial arts couldn't compare to the Demon God chapter, the gap between Yi Xian and him wasn't too big. With this increase in strength, Yi Xian probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Die, kid. After Li Xiu's aura surged, he quickly charged at Yi Xian. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, 2nd level. Yi Xian quickly made his move. At this moment, his face had sunk to the bottom. Li Xiu's strength had far surpassed his. If he persisted, there was a high possibility of an accident. Although he had the blood of the sacred tree of life in his body, Li Xiu's qi was of the fire attribute and had the effect of burning. If he was grazed, Yi Xian would be in danger. Admit defeat. Or take out the Bahuang sword and kill Li Xiu. Yi Xian hesitated in his heart. If he took out the Bahuang sword, he did have the ability to kill Li Xiu. However, he could not guarantee that the Luosha region's domain leader would not be jealous. Even if he had to kill everyone, he must obtain the Bahuang sword. He did not dare to take the risk. No, he could not take the risk. If he died, what would happen to Skywater Island? What would happen to Song Suijing and the others? Admit defeat. Yi Xian's mind suddenly flashed. Sometimes, it was necessary to admit defeat. After all, where there was life, there was hope. Although he would lose the quota this time, he heard that there were more than 1 quota in Warlord Palace. Yi Xian did not use an invitation card at the 100 Leaders Summit, so this was not his only chance. Kid, go to hell. Li Xiu slashed at Yi Xian with all his strength. Yi Xian was ready to admit defeat, but when he stepped on the floor. Ding! Host has comprehended the pulsating guard. What? Yi Xian was stunned. Pulsating guard. He hurriedly glanced at his attribute panel and saw that there was an additional ultimacy. No, it was the pulsating earth ultimacy. There was an additional branch, the pulsating guard. He hurriedly sensed it. Immediately after, a special energy surged out of his body. Bang! 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 The three earth-shattering swords collided with the flaming sword Qi. Even though it contained the pulsating earth ultimacy, it was unable to disperse the flaming sword Qi. Yi Xian widened his eyes as he watched the flaming sword Qi hit his body. No, it should have hit the special energy outside his body. Bang! The flaming sword Qi shook twice in an instant and then dissipated. This, Yi Xian was stunned. The pulsating guard, as the name suggested, used the pulsating earth ultimacy for defense. The pulsating earth ultimacy was used for offense, while the pulsating guard was used for defense. Furthermore, the pulsating guard was the same as the pulsating earth ultimacy. After sorting out his thoughts, Yi Xian's eyes shot out two rays of light. If he had this pulsating guardian, then he would have the strength to fight Li Xiu. Chapter 568. Reversing the situation. Haha, Li Xiu, you're finished. Yi Xian suddenly laughed. Previously, his three earth-shattering swords were able to disperse Li Xiu's attack. Now that Li Xiu had used his trump card, he might need four. However, Yi Xian could only throw out three earth-shattering swords. Now that he had comprehended the pulsating guard, the remaining flame sword Qi could be blocked by the pulsating guard. Yi Xian was safe. This is the pulsating guard. The Luosha region's ruler recognized it. Previously, he was fortunate enough to see an empty God Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it was a rare earth attribute, so he recognized it. The pulsating earth wasn't the only profound earth attribute. There were several other kinds. However, the difficulty of comprehending the pulsating earth was ranked in the top 3. It was even more difficult to comprehend the pulsating guard branch of the pulsating earth. However, Yi Xian had actually comprehended it. Genius, this is a genius. The Luosha region's ruler was filled with admiration. He had broken through to the spirit realm several decades ago, but he hadn't comprehended a single profound. Therefore, he couldn't help but be excited. Unfortunately, he suddenly remembered Jiang Tianjin's words. Yi Xian might die here. Even if he wasn't killed by Li Xiu, he might die in the Warlord Palace's palace guard assessment. What a pity. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had comprehended the pulsating guard, began to attack Li Xiu crazily. What the hell is this? Li Xiu was also shocked. He didn't realize that Yi Xian had suddenly comprehended it and thought that it was Yi Xian's trump card. The situation was instantly reversed. Now, it was a tie. What is that? I can't see it, but I can feel the fluctuations. The entire space seems to be distorted. I'm not sure either. However, there is a martial art called the flame protection that is similar to this. How can a trash martial art like the flame protection be compared to this? Don't you know what realm Li Xiu is at? Is this also a profound? I think so too. After all, none of us understand profound. I'm afraid that even the ruler hasn't seen it before. The group of people began to discuss in low voices again. At this time, there was a white figure above the crowd. It was Yi Xian's cousin, Jiang Tianjin. TSK. He has even comprehended pulse guard. This kid really can't be left alive. Jiang Tianjin held a folding fan in his hand. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were filled with killing intent. I even wanted to give his head to Auntie as a gift. Forget it, I suddenly want to see him grow up. Then, I want to see the expression on his father's face when he is ravaged countless times. Jiang Tianjin's eyes flashed, and then he disappeared. He already knew the outcome of this battle, so it didn't matter if he watched or not. On the ground. Li Xiu, weren't you very proud just now? Come and kill me. Yi Xian shouted. Stinking brat, don't be so arrogant. Li Xiu replied as he gritted his teeth. Ever since Yi Xian comprehended Pulsguard, Li Xiu's threat to Yi Xian had greatly decreased. As long as Yi Xian didn't reveal any flaws, it would be very difficult for him to kill Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian's true qi was still at its peak, while his normal true qi and fire attribute true qi had already decreased by half. Impossible. Impossible. I was actually beaten by this brat to the point where I couldn't even fight back. This is impossible. Li Xiu shouted in his heart. Who was he? He was the top genius of the Luoxia region. He was only 25 years old, but his attribute conversion had already reached 70%. If he was given another 20 years, he was confident that he could break through to the peak of the spirit stage. During this time, he would comprehend a fire attribute profound. Then, he would be able to break through to the Void God realm. Void God realm. How long had it been since the Luoxia region had a Void God realm powerhouse? As long as he broke through, then the name Li Xiu would be known by everyone. Die. You must die. I, Li Xiu, will step on your corpse to enter the Warlord Hall. Li Xiu was about to go crazy. He no longer defended and began to madly attack Yi Xian. A good opportunity. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Since his opponent wasn't defending, wouldn't that be exactly what he wanted? At the very most, he would exchange blood for blood. Swish. Swish. Suddenly, two sword beams flashed. Bang! Bang! Yi Xian and Li Xiu's shoulders were hit at the same time. Humph. You have the earth attribute. Even if you petrify me, my fire attribute true qi can quickly dissolve your petrification. Li Xiu thought in his heart. However, he was wrong. Yi Xian's attack didn't only contain petrification. After all, it was the earth-splitting sword that contained the second layer of the earth pulse. After the petrification, there were two vibrations. Crack! Li Xiu's shoulder instantly exploded, and a large hole appeared on his shoulder. Damn it! Li Xiu cursed angrily and focused his eyes. At this moment, Yi Xian was holding the long sword in his hand and cutting off his burning left shoulder diagonally. Only a part of it was connected to his left arm. However, in the next moment, Li Xiu was stunned. He saw that Yi Xian's left shoulder, which was constantly spurting blood, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, his left shoulder grew back. How was this possible? Not only was Li Xiu shocked, everyone present was shocked, including the Luoxia region's territorial ruler. This kid, does he have the earth attribute or the wood attribute? No, even the wood attribute spirit wouldn't have such a powerful effect. Did he consume the holy seed of life beforehand? That must be it. He must have consumed the holy seed of life when we weren't paying attention and grew his left shoulder. The surrounding people were exclaiming in surprise. Even the Luoxia region's territorial ruler and the others looked at each other because they didn't see when Yi Xian consumed the holy seed of life. However, there were no rules in this battle. Everything was a part of one's strength. Even if one used poison or concealed weapons, it was fine. Therefore, it was okay to consume the holy elixir of recovery during a battle. Cunning kid, let's see how you recover this time. Li Xiu cursed in his heart and prepared to exchange blood with Yi Xian again. This was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. This time, let's see if you can still resolve it. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he suddenly slashed out with the earth splitter that he had been accumulating power for a long time. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two sword rays swept past each other but didn't collide. These two attacks once again landed on each other's bodies. Yi Xian was still hit in the shoulder, but Li Xiu was hit in the chest. Bang! The earth splitter exploded in front of Li Xiu's chest and instantly split his chest open. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Li Xiu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt bad because his cultivation level was about to drop. Rip! Yi Xian's pulsating guard was also broken by his flaming sword qi and then slashed on his shoulder. In an instant, the flames spread rapidly. Chapter 569. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios Die. Yi Xian ruthlessly drew his sword and once again cut off his shoulder. In less than a second, it grew back. Oh my god, he hid 2 life saint seeds in his mouth. 1 life saint seed is already so hard to get, but he got 3 in a day. What a joke, with his strength, he could get 10 in a day. This kid, he wanted to fight to the death with Li Xiu from the beginning. He never thought of admitting defeat. Nonsense, he has comprehended ultimacy. If Warlord Palace knew, they would definitely focus on nurturing him. The surrounding geniuses could not help but exclaim. Li Xiu's face was gloomy. He did not know why, but his heart was beating wildly. He could no longer hear the voices of the people around him, only the sound of his own heartbeat. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. Fight! Li Xiu was already prepared to fight to the death. Yi Xian had comprehended ultimacy and was much more talented than him. If Yi Xian did not die now, he would be the one to die in the future. Kill! Li Xiu shouted and rushed toward Yi Xian. Good timing. Yi Xian was also prepared for close combat. He knew that Li Xiu was already at the end of his strength, but if they fought from a distance, the Luosha region's domain master would probably save Li Xiu before he was killed. At that time, he would have wasted an interspatial ring. In an instant, the two figures approached each other and attacked wildly. Li Xiu's realm upgrade time was almost up, and he did not have much true qi left. If he could not kill Yi Xian this time, he would be dead for sure. Therefore, he had to be extremely focused and slay Yi Xian under his sword. Unfortunately, Yi Xian had the pulsating guard now, so his attacks could hardly threaten Yi Xian. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned white. The duration of the demon god transformation had actually passed at this time. Haha, kid, you're finished. Seeing that Yi Xian had returned to its original state, Li Xiu laughed in his heart. How could such a martial art be used twice in a row? But Yi Xian could be used continuously. This is my chance. Demon God Transformation. Another phantom of the demon god condensed behind him and entered Yi Xian's body. His aura skyrocketed again in an instant. What? Li Xiu was shocked. He had been careless when he saw Yi Xian's aura weaken. But to his surprise, Yi Xian actually used the demon god transformation again. Not good. The Luosha region's domain master reacted and prepared to attack. After all, Li Xiu was also a genius. However, just as he was about to make a move, a head was thrown into the air. It was Li Xiu's head. The Luosha region's domain master was stunned. He had wanted to intervene, but he was one step too slow. What a waste of a genius. Initially, he felt that it was a pity for Yi Xian, but now, he felt that it was a pity for Li Xiu. In the next moment, he thought of one thing. That mysterious Jiang family expert allowed the first and third place to fight. Now that the third place, Yi Xian, had killed the first place, Li Xiu, would that expert make a move? Or could it be that he was wrong from the start? Did the other party think that Yi Xian would win from the start? The Luosha region's domain master hurriedly glanced around, but did not see anyone in the air. Yi Xian wins. Tornado announced. Li Xiu's head fell off. Naturally, Yi Xian had won. This was an indisputable fact. At this moment, Yi Xian walked over and took Li Xiu's universe ring under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 50 points. The system notified. The people present were not weaklings. Even if Yi Xian had concealed his aura, they could still sense it. Damn, he broke through. This kid is really a monster. He's so scary. Where did he come from? Not only did his attribute affinity increase to the legendary level, but he also comprehended the ultimacy. In the end, he broke through after the battle. Is he the reincarnation of an elite? Looks like our Luosha region is going to be famous. The people around them were so shocked that they could not calm down. As for Yi Xian, he couldn't help but smile. He finally won. Not only did his attribute affinity increase to the legendary level, but his attribute conversion had also reached 50%. If it doubled, he could break through to the virtual god realm. The virtual god realm. Aha! At this moment, the Luosha region's domain master suddenly said, "All right, the fifth slot is out. This is the Warlord Hall's Palace Guard Assessment Certificate. Keep it well." After he finished speaking, he threw a quaint token with the word "battle" printed on it to Yi Xian and the other four. Then, he continued, "The 100 Leaders Summit has ended. You can rest here and wait for me to return. You can also leave immediately. As for the 5 of you, I will personally lead you to the Warlord Hall." Yes. Everyone nodded in response. In the next moment, the 9 heavens cloud rock in the sky slowly descended. The 100 Leaders Summit had ended. Since the others were not in a hurry, they naturally did not need the 9 heavens cloud rock. The 9 heavens cloud rock was now given to Yi Xian and the other 4. Let's go. The Luosha region's domain master jumped onto the 9 heavens cloud rock. Yi Xian and the other 4 quickly followed. After they got on, the Luosha region's domain master said again, "The 5 of you are qualified to participate in the Warlord Hall's Palace Guard assessment. I will send you there first. You can stay there for the time being." Originally, the 5 of them could have rested for a few days before going. However, the Luosha region's domain master wanted to claim credit, so he set off immediately. After all, there might be a virtual god realm elite watching them. If Yi Xian died, he would not have a chance. One should know that Yi Xian had comprehended the earth pulsation and earth protection. His attribute affinity had reached the legendary level. He would definitely be heavily nurtured by the Warlord Hall. He did not need the reward. However, if he introduced Yi Xian to the Warlord Hall, he might be able to receive guidance from an empty god realm elite. At that time, he might be able to comprehend an abstruse meaning and break through to the empty god realm. The 9 heavens cloud rock immediately left and flew towards the Warlord Hall. Yi Xian, Murong Shui, Shi Shao, Lin Feng, Wang En. The Luosha region's domain master glanced at the 5 of them and said, "The assessment of the Warlord Hall is different every time. I don't know the specifics. You have to be careful." "Yes." Yi Xian and the other 4 slightly nodded. "There is still a long way to the Warlord Hall. You don't have to be so nervous." When the Luosha region's domain master finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and asked, "Yi Xian, can you share your experience of comprehending an abstruse meaning with us?" Experience? Yi Xian was stupefied. He realized that Murong Shui and the other 4 were also looking at Yi Xian. Even though the 5 of them were geniuses, Yi Xian was too monstrous. Even if the 4 of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat him. Chapter 570. Battle King Hall. That's right, Brother Yi, please share your experience with me. I'm also of the earth attribute. The stone puppet couldn't help but ask. He was of the earth attribute, and so was Yi Xian. Yi Xian's experience would be most useful to him. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, "Actually, I don't know how I comprehended it, but I can only summarize the throbbing pulse of the earth into one word: quake." Then, he took out 2 books and threw them to the stone puppet, saying, "These are the 2 martial arts I comprehended from the throbbing pulse of the earth. Brother Sure, you can try learning them. Sword of the Earth Splitting. Battle Dragon Stomp." The stone puppet caught the 2 books, glanced at them, and said, "Many thanks, Brother Yi." These were the martial arts Yi Xian had copied from the devouring system after spending some devouring crystals. He had indeed comprehended the profound from these 2 martial arts. Although these 2 martial arts were of the lowest level, they might be useful to the stone puppet. Then what's the pulsating guard? From what I know, the throbbing pulse of the earth is extremely difficult to comprehend, and the pulsating guard, a branch of the throbbing pulse of the earth, is even more difficult. The Luosha region's domain master couldn't help but ask. This. The throbbing pulse of the earth can be integrated into any martial arts to increase its power, while the pulsating guard is used for defense. This pulsating guard, I've only just comprehended it. Yi Xian casually replied. Levels could be increased by devouring, but he really didn't know how to comprehend profound. Just comprehended it. Everyone was shocked. It turned out that Yi Xian was really suppressed to the brink of despair, and then his potential was stimulated, and he suddenly comprehended the pulsating guard. Genius, he was really a super genius. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Sir Domain Master, may I ask how many types of profound earth are there? This kid only comprehended it recently, so I don't know much about it. I'm not very clear about the specifics, I've only heard of a few. The pulsating pulse of the earth is one of them, and the pulsating guard is a branch of the pulsating pulse of the earth. Besides that, the profound of earth includes strength and gravity. As for the rest, I don't know." The Luosha region's domain master paused for a moment before he continued, "If we were to talk about which of the 5 elements has the strongest ultimacy, I think it would be the earth element." Yi Xian frowned and thought for a moment. Besides the earth pulse, there was also force and gravity. These 2 powers Upanishads were easy to understand. The power Upanishad should be to increase the power, and the gravity should be to increase the gravity to slow down the opponent's speed. Yi Xian thought to himself. His speed was fast, so he was curious about the gravity Upanishad. If he could comprehend the gravity profound and reduce the opponent's speed, the opponent's strength would be greatly reduced. This was a divine skill. Most importantly, this was equivalent to a flight restriction formation, which could force the other party onto the ground. I wonder when I can comprehend the profound of gravity. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes. He wasn't cultivating, but he didn't want to answer other people's questions. After all, he had only comprehended the profound of gravity by chance. When the others saw him like this, they didn't ask any more questions. Yi Xian had just comprehended the pulsating guard, so he needed to carefully comprehend it and strike while the iron was hot. The Luosha region's domain master didn't say anything, but he was constantly looking around to see if anyone was following them. However, his worries were unnecessary. Jiang Tianjin did want to kill Yi Xian, but he changed his mind and left. Therefore, the journey was smooth and unhindered. 3 days later, the 9 firmament's great cloud ping arrived at the Battle King Hall. "We're finally here." The stone puppet, who had been cultivating the earth-splitting sword and battle dragon stomp for the past 3 days, stood up from the ground and looked at the huge, solemn palace in front of him. "That's the Battle King Hall. Yi Xian opened his eyes and said slowly. This is the Battle King Hall, but it's just a branch hall. If you pass the test, you will be appointed as a guard in this branch hall. The Luosha region's domain master said. Just a branch hall. Yi Xian frowned. Don't worry, your aptitude is very good. As long as I report this matter, the branch hall will definitely send experts to escort you to the main hall. The Luosha region's domain master said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The branch hall shouldn't be able to find anything, so he had to go to the main hall. At this time, the Luosha region's domain master suddenly said, however, I heard that a mysterious force has appeared recently, and they are constantly attacking the experts of the Battle King Hall. I want to warn you. Mysterious force. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and two names flashed through his mind. Weapon King Hall. Beast King Hall. The Battle King Hall and the other two King Halls were the overlords of this region. However, if there was anyone who dared to provoke them, it would be the experts sent by these two forces. Murong Shua and the others also thought so. However, the Luosha region's domain master suddenly said, don't think too much about it. Although the Seat Royal Hall is split into three, they still cooperate with each other. This mysterious faction was not secretly formed by the other two Seat Royal Halls. If it's not the other two King Halls, then who is it? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. At this time, the Nine Heavens Cloud Rock had already landed in front of the huge palace. Who are you? A man in silver armor walked forward quickly. I am the Luosha region's domain master, this is my proof of identity. The Luosha region's domain master jumped off the Nine Heavens Cloud Rock and handed over a token. The man in silver armor checked it, then took out a portrait from his interspatial ring and compared it. Okay, identity confirmed. You came this time to send off the geniuses. The man in silver armor looked at Yi Xian and the others. Yes, it's the 5 of them. The Luosha region's domain master nodded and secretly handed over an interspatial ring. He then pointed at Yi Xian and said, Sir, his name is Yi Xian. He has already comprehended ultimacy. The man in silver armor took the interspatial ring and quickly put it away. However, when he heard the Luosha region's domain master's words, he was so shocked that he almost dropped the interspatial ring in his hand. What? Ultimacy. The man in silver armor was stunned and looked at Yi Xian. Those who could comprehend ultimacy in the spirit stage were all geniuses that were 1 in a million. Although it was said that one could only break through to the nihility stage after comprehending ultimacy, most people would only begin to comprehend ultimacy after their attribute conversion reached 100. However, Yi Xian had only completed half of his attribute conversion. Is what you said true? The man in silver armor looked at the Luosha region's domain master. It's absolutely true. Yi Xian has an earth attribute spirit. He has already comprehended the earth-throbbing pulse and a branch of the earth-throbbing pulse, pulsatile guard. The Luosha region's domain master said seriously. What? He has even comprehended the pulsatile guard. The man in silver armor exclaimed and said, Boy, attack me and let me see. Yi Xian was stunned and immediately understood that the man in silver armor wanted to test him. Chapter 571. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Deputy Palace Master. This man was a palace guard of Warlord Palace. His strength was on par with Tornado, at least 10 times stronger than Li Xiu. Yi Xian's earth-splitting sword was not enough to threaten him. Pang! Pang! 2 muffled sounds were heard. The earth-splitting sword was easily defeated by the silver-armored man. It is indeed the pulse of the earth, and it has evolved to the 2nd level. Genius, what a genius! The silver-armored man widened his eyes and threw out a flaming sword chi. This sword chi was very weak. It was only used for testing. Pang! Pang! The sword chi swept in front of Yi Xian and was dispersed by Yi Xian's pulsating guard. Good, this is great. Another genius who has comprehended ultimacy has come. Very good. The silver-armored man was very happy. However, his words revealed something else. Again. Before Yi Xian, there was someone else who had comprehended ultimacy. A sub-palace is in charge of several regions. Each region is very large and full of talents. It is not a big deal to have another genius who has comprehended ultimacy. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Luosha region's region master was full of smiles. He had been on tenterhooks for the past 3 days. After all, he was afraid that Jiang Tianjin would suddenly attack and kill Yi Xian. Now, he had finally delivered her to him. My lord, may I ask, how is Huang Tianyu, who I sent here 5 years ago? The Luosha region's region master suddenly asked. Huang Tianyu. The silver-armored man recalled and said, not bad. He became a small captain and his attribute conversion has reached 90%. However, he has not comprehended ultimacy. Small captain. The Luosha region's region master paused. It seemed that this person was doing well. Alright, I will bring these 5 people in. Luosha region's region master, you can leave first. The silver-armored man said. Yes, my lord. The Luosha region's region master nodded slightly. Although he was stronger than the silver-armored man was a palace guard of Warlord Palace. He could only obediently call him lord. Domain lords were nothing in front of the Battle King Hall. After the 9 firmaments cloud ping took off, the Luosha domain ruler also returned to Luosha domain. Only after the 9 firmaments cloud ping disappeared did Yi Xian suddenly remember something. He had forgotten to ask the domain ruler to help inquire about Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Forget it. I'll come back after I settle down. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Although the palace guards had the word guard in their name, they were actually divided into 2 types. One type was responsible for guarding the palace, while the other type was allowed to go out and do missions. Of course, these 2 kinds of palace guards could apply to exchange positions. Alright, come in with me. The man in silver glanced at Murong Shui, then walked up to Yi Xian and asked, Young man, what's your name? Yi Xian. Yi Xian replied. However, in the next instant, the silver-armored man began to crazily ask questions. He even said that he had a daughter and so on. Yi Xian was also speechless. He also knew that the silver-armored man was trying to get close to him, so he vaguely answered. Murong Shui and the other 3 were instantly left out. They didn't even ask for his name. However, this was understandable. After all, with so many domains, who wouldn't want to get close to a super genius like Yi Xian? Brother Yi, the 5 of you can stay here for now. I'll report to the higher-ups. The silver-armored man led Yi Xian and the other 4 to a small residence in the palace. This palace was very big, but there was everything inside. Along the way, Yi Xian even saw some sacred beasts. At this time, they were in a small palace, but this place didn't look like a palace corridor. There were mud, flowers, trees, and 5 mansions here. It was really a different world. This warlord palace is really amazing. The black dragon we saw just now wasn't a sacred beast, but a virtual god beast. After the silver-armored man left, Shi Shao couldn't help but say. Virtual god beast. Hearing this, everyone, including Yi Xian, was stunned. Wasn't this the name of a creature that had surpassed a sacred beast? A virtual god beast could easily kill spirit realm trash like them. Yi Xian also didn't expect that the black dragon they saw just now was a virtual god beast comparable to a virtual god realm powerhouse. Yi Xian, the experts of the Warlord Palace might be coming soon. Then, you will be sent to the main palace. Congratulations. Shi Shao walked over and cupped his fists. Thank you. Yi Xian also cupped his fists. Shi Shao was tall and sturdy, and he had a straightforward personality. He was worth making friends with. However, he would be leaving soon for the main palace of the Warlord Palace. If Shi Shao and the other three passed the test, they would become palace guards of this palace. After that, they could choose to go out and carry out missions, or guard the palace. Of course, the palace guards who went out to carry out missions had high risks, but the rewards were also high. Most of the time, the young ones would go out. The older ones would comprehend mysteries here. However, Yi Xian also wanted to participate in the palace guard test. Who knows, he might be able to increase his realm. His aptitude might be rare in the branch palace, but there might be many in the main palace. Moreover, the main palace was filled with virtual god realm powerhouses. The surroundings were probably very dangerous. His strength was too weak, so he might be slower if he went over. Soon after, the 5 of them were assigned to their respective residences. Not long after, the silver-armored man who had just left came back with a black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man had a serious expression. He didn't look excited at all as he slowly walked in through the door. Vice Palace Master, it's him. The silver-armored man pointed at Yi Xian. Vice Palace Master. Yi Xian and the other 4 were stunned. There were many virtual god realm powerhouses in the Warlord Palace's branch palace. Those who could become the Vice Palace Master were naturally virtual god realm powerhouses. At this moment, the middle-aged man was able to suppress his aura. Otherwise, Yi Xian and the other 4 would be so shocked that they couldn't move. Oh. You're the one who comprehended the earth pulse and pulsating guard. The middle-aged man's gaze landed on Yi Xian. Yes, senior. Yi Xian nodded. Attack me. The middle-aged man didn't beat around the bush and said directly. Seeing that the other party was so swift and decisive, Yi Xian didn't dare to dawdle. He immediately took out a supreme-grade heaven weapon and used the earth-splitting sword on the middle-aged man. Pang! Pang! The earth-splitting sword shook twice and then disappeared. It's indeed the earth pulse level 2. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes. Just like the silver-armored man, he casually threw out a streak of pure qi. Yi Xian was shocked. After all, the black-robed middle-aged man in front of him was a virtual god realm powerhouse. However, he didn't move and directly used the pulsating guard. Pang! Pang! This streak of pure qi was very weak. After being shaken twice by the pulsating guard, it dissipated. Chapter 572. Void Divine Weapon. Yi Xian's heart trembled when he heard this. He had been guessing whether the next level of the throbbing pulse of earth was the 3rd or 4th level. Now he finally understood that it was the 4th level. Then its power was indeed much stronger than the 2nd level. Your aptitude is very good, even better than Sun Xingyu's. It's just that your level is much lower. The middle-aged man said, however, rules are rules. Even if your aptitude is good, you still have to pass the Palace Guard assessment. Palace Guard assessment? Everyone present was stunned. Did a genius like Yi Xian need to take the assessment? Was this a joke? Vice Palace Master, this. The silver-armored man said in confusion. A sword's edge is sharpened. I'm sure you've experienced many life and death battles. Only under such circumstances can a true genius be born. The middle-aged man paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Xian and said, that Sun Xingyu has also comprehended the profound meaning. He also wants to participate in the Palace Guard examination. My Warlord Hall wants a true genius, do you understand? His words were very provocative, and no one could refute him. True geniuses rose up in the midst of difficulties. Most importantly, this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. Understood. Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Good, then gather at the entrance in 3 days. The black-robed middle-aged man turned and left after he finished speaking. 3 days later, it would be the sub-palace's assessment. After the black-robed middle-aged man left, the silver-armored man sighed helplessly. Brother Yi, the vice-palace master is like this. He always says those words. Please don't be offended. Yi Xian did not agree. He also felt that a sword's edge was sharpened. He also felt that this saying was correct. As long as he participated in the assessment, he could continue to break through. Brother Qin, what is the content of the palace guard assessment this time? Yi Xian asked. The silver-armored man shook his head. I'm not sure. Only on the day of the assessment will the elders of the sub-palace come out and explain the content of the assessment. That Sun Xingyu, how strong is he? Yi Xian asked again. The stone puppets group of 4 also pricked up their ears, curious as to what attribute this genius called Sun Xingyu had and how high his realm was. This Sun Xingyu's attribute conversion has already reached 70%. His divine soul is of the metal attribute, and he has already comprehended the profound meaning of metal, Midas touch. The silver-armored man replied. Metal attribute. Turning stone into gold. Yi Xian was stunned. He knew too little about elemental mysteries, so he couldn't help but ask, what's the effect of turning stone into gold? It seems that Brother Ye's understanding of profound meanings is very limited. The silver-armored man chuckled. You should know the characteristics of the metal element. Its attack power is the strongest of the 5 elements. And this metal elemental mystery is to allow his attacks to have the effect of assimilation. Assimilation. Yi Xian frowned. He did not understand what that meant. The silver-armored man explained, won't your earth element Qi petrify your enemies after you injure them? This metal attribute's Midas touch is very similar to your petrification. You petrify, but it condenses into metal. It is extremely difficult to dissolve and will also hinder the flow of Jin Qi. The longer the metal lasts, the harder it becomes. If it is not dissolved in time, a part of your body will be crippled. So that's how it is. Since I have earth element Jin Qi, if I am hit, I should be able to dissolve it better than other elements, right? Yi Xian asked again. Yes, that's why you can restrain that Sun Xingyu. However, your realm is too low. If you face him, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to win. The silver-armored man shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian was good at everything, but his realm was too low. Does this Midas touch profundity only have an effect after injuring someone? At this time, the stone puppet behind Yi Xian suddenly asked. Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this. He had actually forgotten this point. Yes, it only has an effect when you injure someone. Pure Jin Qi collision has no effect. The silver-armored man nodded. Yi Xian was still a little worried just now, but after hearing this, he was not worried at all. This Midas touch profundity was actually a strengthened version of petrification. As long as he was not injured, this profundity would not be much of a threat to him. Moreover, he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. What was there to be afraid of? Big Brother Qin, I have one last question. Is there any way to get an ethereal divine weapon in the branch palace? Yi Xian paused for a while and could not help but ask. Ethereal divine weapon. The silver-armored man did not know why Yi Xian asked this. He thought for a while and said, ethereal divine weapons are actually not that precious. The ethereal divine realm elders in the branch palace have one. Ethereal divine weapons are different from heavenly weapons. Only ethereal god realm experts can fully utilize its value. Moreover, every ethereal divine weapon can grow. It needs to be nurtured by the ethereal god realm expert's elemental Jin Qi. The longer it is nurtured, the the greater the amplification of the ethereal divine weapon. It needs to be nurtured. The 5 of them were shocked. This was the first time they had heard this, and their eyes lit up. Yi Xian frowned slightly because he had an ethereal divine weapon. However, he was not at the ethereal god realm, but the spirit realm. Therefore, he could not nurture an ethereal divine weapon. An ethereal divine weapon is very expensive for a spirit realm expert, but it is nothing for an ethereal god realm expert. Moreover, an ethereal divine weapon will recognize its owner. Brother Yi, if you are at the ethereal god realm and you spend 10 years nurturing an ethereal divine weapon, then this ethereal divine weapon will increase your earth elemental attack power. If this ethereal divine weapon is taken away by someone else, then this ethereal divine weapon will be the same as if it has never been nurtured. It will only be a normal ethereal divine weapon. This is the same as raising a child, it will recognize its owner. The silver-armored man continued. I see. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and said, if I obtain an ethereal divine weapon that has been nurtured by someone else, then I will have to nurture it with my Zhenqi again. That's right. After an ethereal god realm expert obtains an ethereal divine weapon, they will have to nurture it themselves. After all, a divine weapon that they have nurtured themselves is more convenient for them. Of course, there are also good and bad ethereal divine weapons. At this point, the silver-armored man could not help but ask, Brother Yi, do you have an ethereal divine weapon as well? Being asked this question, Yi Xian's heart trembled. He quickly shook his head and said, how is that possible? I am only at the spirit realm. How can I have an ethereal divine weapon? I am just curious. That's right. Although everyone has an ethereal divine weapon, it is not something that anyone can forge. Most of the ethereal divine weapons in the Warlord Hall are bought from the Weapon Lord Hall. The silver-armored man smiled. Yi Xian let out a dry laugh and did not say anything. His Bahuang sword was the weapon of the Bahuang sword god. It was an ethereal divine weapon. However, he had no idea what grade of ethereal divine weapon this Bahuang sword was. Was it the lower grade, the middle grade, the upper grade, or the supreme grade? Chapter 573. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Palace Guard Assessment. Brother Yi, you can rest here for 3 days. The assessment will begin in 3 days. I will take my leave. The man in silver armor left. Yi Xian and the other 4 returned to their own courtyards to rest. What they didn't know was that the man in silver armor didn't return to the entrance. Instead, he went to look for the middle-aged man in black. Vice Palace Master. In a small courtyard, the man in silver armor knelt down on one knee. The Vice Palace Master turned around and said, you will lead them to the assessment in 3 days. Yes. The man in silver armor nodded. After a pause, he asked, when should I convert him? During the assessment. Test him first. As for the other 4, the little girl and the big guy are fine. You can do as you see fit. The Vice Palace Master said calmly. Then, he took out 3 small red stones from his interspatial ring and said, these are 3 half-demon hearts. If you don't succeed, kill them. Yes, I will complete the mission. The silver-armored man nodded. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he put the 3 small stones into his universe ring and left. During these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in his residence and practiced the Dragon War Stomp and the Earth-Shattering Sword. He wanted to see if he could raise the Earth Pulse to the 4th level. Unfortunately, the ultimacy wasn't a martial art. It wasn't that easy to raise the level. 3 days passed by quickly. On the morning of the 4th day, Yi Xian and the other 4 woke up and walked to the entrance of the palace hall. At this time, there were more than 100 people gathered at the entrance. There were 9 palace halls under Warlord Hall. Each palace hall was in charge of 12 regions. In total, there were 108 regions. Each region could have 5 domain lords. Some larger regions could have 7 or 8 domain lords. Therefore, there were more than 100 people in total. Luosha region was ranked third among the 12 palace halls. At most, there were 6 domain lords. Yi Xian and the other 4 walked out and found an empty space to stand. They looked around. Those who had come to participate in the Warlord Hall's examination were all geniuses among geniuses. All of them had at least 50% attribute conversion. Yi Xian was the worst. However, he still had his power Upanishad. Among the dozens of people here, only Sun Xingyu could compare to him. He just didn't know who Sun Xingyu was. More and more people came out from the side hall, and soon, the number of people had exceeded 100. Not only that, but a group of palace guards also walked out from the side hall, including the silver-armored man who had received Yi Xian. "Hey, Brother Yi." The silver-armored man jogged towards Yi Xian. "Big Brother Qin." Yi Xian hurriedly greeted him. The silver-armored man smiled and said, "The assessment mission is out. Furthermore, I will be the one leading the 5 of you to the assessment." As he spoke, he took out a parchment scroll from his interspatial ring. Yi Xian did not think too much about it and looked over curiously. Exterminate the Earth's core spider cave. Each person must exterminate 100 Earth's core spiders and bring back 100 Earth's core spider poison sacs. Time limit, 2 days. Shi Xiao could not help but read out the mission. Immediately, the 5 people had the same question. Were these Earth's core spiders strong? The silver-armored man read their doubts and explained with a smile, "A single Earth's core spider can fight against a cultivator whose attribute conversion has reached 50%. Attribute conversion of 50%. Yi Xian paused for a moment. His attribute conversion was exactly 50%, Murong Shui's was 70%, Shi Zhao's was 65%, and the other 2 were both at 55%. Therefore, these Earth's core spiders were not a threat. However, this assessment mission required 100 Earth's core spider poison sacs, which meant that they would need at least 100 Earth's core spider corpses. There is a Earth's core spider cave to the west of the side hole. Our mission is to go there. At the same time, this mission can only be done alone. During the assessment period, non-assessors need to wait outside while I go in to evaluate, the silver-armored man said. The 5 people nodded. This was easy to understand. Combat ability was 1 point, but overall quality was still important. Strength alone was not enough to pass the assessment. Alright, let's go. The silver-armored man did not waste any time. He put away the parchment and led Yi Xian's group to the west. There were many dangers in the vicinity of the Warlord Hall's side hall, but the experts of the Warlord Hall did not take action to give others a chance. The more dangerous a place was, the more opportunities there were, and the greater the improvement. If they died in there, they could only blame themselves for being too weak. The silver-armored man led Yi Xian's group and rushed for an entire day before stopping in front of a mountain. That cave is the Earth's core spider cave. Within 2 days, each of you has to kill 100 Earth's core spiders and bring out the corpses. The silver-armored man pointed at a pitch-black cave and said. Understood. Yi Xian's group nodded. Alright, the 4 of you wait here first. Yi Xian, you go ahead with the assessment. After the silver-armored man finished speaking, he quickly descended to the ground. This Earth's core spider cave mission seemed to be only accepted by their team. The others had all gone to do other missions. Yi Xian did not mind and followed the silver-armored man. Yi Xian, after you go down, it will depend on your own abilities. Even if your life is in danger, I will not interfere. This is the rule. The silver-armored man said to Yi Xian. Understood. Yi Xian replied and directly rushed into the pitch-black cave. The silver-armored man followed behind him and opened up a distance of 1,000 meters. The cave was very dark, but after going down a certain distance, there was a sudden light. It turned out to be the light emitted by some heavenly treasures. Yi Xian quickly plucked these treasures and swallowed them. Although the earth's core spider cave was strong, it was not to the point where he needed to use the 8 desolate sword. After entering the cave, Yi Xian did not even use the demon god transformation. He just held a supreme-grade celestial weapon and wandered around. SSS. When Yi Xian landed in the catacombs, he heard a slight sound. He felt it for a moment. Other than the silver-armored man behind him, there was also a huge creature lying on the stone wall. Yi Xian turned to look. Indeed, it was a spider. Don't think that I can't see you just because you're hiding in the dark. Go to hell. Yi Xian immediately slashed with the earth-splitting sword and instantly killed the earth's core spider cave. After that, he walked over and kept the earth's core spider cave's corpse. 2 layers of the earth's throbbing pulse. You're indeed powerful. You've comprehended the ultimacy at such a young age. If the transformation is successful, you'll definitely become a great general of the monster tribe of the Great Wilderness. The silver-armored man behind Yi Xian had a gleam in his eyes. At that moment, Yi Xian had already kept the earth's core spider cave's corpse and continued to move forward. Chapter 574. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Complete. The assessment mission was to kill 100 geocentric spiders in 2 days. This mission was considered easy for Yi Xian. After all, his sacred tree of life bloodline was 10 times or even 100 times faster than a wood attribute spirit. He did not need 2 days at all. Yi Xian went deeper into the catacombs and encountered many scattered geocentric spiders. These geocentric spiders were all easily killed by him. 7. 8. 9. Soon, the number of geocentric spiders in Yi Xian's devouring space had reached 10. It had only been 10 minutes since he entered the catacombs. If Lin Feng and Wang An had entered, they would have used up all their true qi and needed to recover. A red geocentric spider. A ball of fiery red color suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's line of sight. He turned around and saw a spider dragging a flame as it ran towards him. This flaming spider was much stronger than a normal geocentric spider. It could probably fight a martial artist with 60% attribute conversion. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was even able to kill Li Xiu, who'd achieved 70% of his attribute conversion. Demon God Transformation, Die. Yi Xian immediately used his trump card and killed the flaming spider in an instant. Then, he walked over to the flaming spider and said, "Big Brother Qin, how many can this spider count as?" "It can only count as 1, said the silver-armored man behind him. Since that was the case, Yi Xian put away the corpse of the flaming spider and devoured it. His strength increased by a lot. This kid, I didn't expect him to be so strong. I thought he would need more time to deal with the flaming spider, thought the silver-armored man. Of course, with his realm, he could easily kill the flaming spider. Yi Xian continued to go deeper into the catacombs. The strong fighters of Warlord Hall had explored this catacombs before. There was a geocentric spider king here. Its strength was comparable to an expert with 75% attribute conversion. However, this geocentric spider king lived at the bottom, tens of thousands of meters above ground. At this time, Yi Xian was already deep into the catacombs. He would start to encounter groups of geocentric spiders here. 13. Kill. Without another word, Yi Xian charged forward. By the time he reached the group of geocentric spiders, only 3 of the 13 geocentric spiders remained. He quickly slashed out 3 slashes, killing the 3 earth core spiders. Yes, it's over 30. Give me a few more hours and I'll be able to complete the mission. Yi Xian was very satisfied. However, this assessment task was 2 days for each person. He only spent a few hours to complete the task, which was too wasteful. Therefore, he was thinking that after completing the mission, he would stay in the Earth's core spider cave and increase his strength. 40. 50. 60. 70. Yi Xian's killing speed was very fast. In less than 2 hours, he had killed 70 geocentric spiders. There were only 30 left before the mission was completed. But at this moment, rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out in the lair. Yi Xian frowned. Sensing the commotion, it seemed that a large group of spiders was approaching. The silver-armored man also took out a supreme-grade heaven artifact. Although he said that he could not attack, it was just a casual remark. The vice-palace master thought highly of Yi Xian. If he allowed Yi Xian to make any mistakes, he would definitely die a horrible death. They're here. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He turned his head and saw geocentric spiders rushing out from the end of a fork in the tunnel. Sword of Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. He began to attack wildly. These geocentric spiders were on par with him. Even if he did not use the Pulse of the Earth, he could block the entrance of the cave with the Demon God transformation and not let the geocentric spiders rush out. He estimated that after this, he would meet the requirements of the assessment task. 96. 97. 98. 99. Yi Xian attacked as he counted. Soon, the number reached 100. As long as he collected these geocentric spiders, he would have completed the assessment. At that time, he would be able to join the Warlord Palace and become a palace guard that even the domain leader would have to show respect to. However, since these geocentric spiders were rushing out endlessly, he was not in a hurry. He killed everyone that came out. He stood there like this for a minute. 363. Holy shit, why are there so many geocentric spiders? Yi Xian was shocked. With so many geocentric spiders, if it were anyone else, such as Murong Shui, they would have turned pale with fright. 363 geocentric spiders was a large number. Although they were not strong individually, how could ordinary people have such terrifying recovery speed like Yi Xian? What is this kid's background? Why is his Zhenqi endless? The silver-armored man was very surprised. At this time, an even larger figure appeared at the end of the tunnel. Not good, it's the geocentric Spider King. The silver-armored man's expression changed. The geocentric Spider King could fight a martial artist with 75% attribute conversion. Yi Xian's attribute conversion was only 50%. Could he win by relying on his profound? The silver-armored man could not estimate, but he did not make a move. Instead, he watched quietly. So it's boss. Good, I'll turn it into my experience. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had even killed Li Xiu with 70% attribute conversion. What was there to be afraid of against a mere sacred beast? One had to know that almost all humans could challenge sacred beasts above their level. Sword of the Earth splitting. Battle Dragon's 10 steps. Pulse of the Earth, second layer. Before the geocentric Spider King appeared, the normal geocentric spiders were all dead. Then, the geocentric Spider King rushed out from the pile of corpses. A boss battle. But to the silver-armored man's surprise, Yi Xian did not start a fight with the geocentric Spider King. Instead, he passed by it and started to quickly collect the geocentric Spider King's corpses. This brat is still collecting things at such a crucial time. Is he planning to run away after collecting them? The silver-armored man thought to himself. He saw that Yi Xian was faster than the geocentric Spider King, so he was not worried. In a short while, Yi Xian collected all 300 geocentric Spider King's corpses. He kept 100 of them and then devoured the rest. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 53 points. More than 300 sacred beast corpses and sacred beast souls caused Yi Xian's stats to increase by 3 levels. Awesome! Big guy, go to hell! Yi Xian roared and suddenly attacked. The geocentric Spider King's carapace was considered tough. This geocentric Spider King was relatively strong and difficult to deal with. Although the carapace was tough, Yi Xian's pulse of the earth loved things with strong defenses. In less than half a minute, the geocentric Spider King fell. Chapter 575. Half Demon, so weak. Even Li Xiao could easily kill it. How boring. Yi Xian shook his head and kept the Earth Core Spider King's corpse before devouring it. Ding! Host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 55 points. This Earth Core Spider King gave Yi Xian a large amount of experience and allowed him to break through twice. Then, he turned around and said to the astonished silver-armored man, "Big Brother Qin, I've completed my mission." The silver-armored man came back to his senses and smiled, "Not bad. You've greatly exceeded the mission requirements. I've also observed you along the way and the overall evaluation is pretty good. However, this evaluation is still half complete." "What else?" Yi Xian asked subconsciously. "This is the Palace Guard's assessment mission. There's a hidden assessment that I can only tell you now." The silver-armored man gripped the long sword in his hand and said, "This hidden assessment is to fight with me. I need to know your true combat strength." Hidden assessment. Yi Xian did not doubt him and said in shock, "But Big Brother Qin, you've already converted 80% of your attributes. That's enough to kill me." "That's right, but we still have to fight." "Don't worry, I'll only defend and not attack." The silver-armored man nodded. "Oh, if that's the case, then I won't hold back." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He had never fought with an expert who had converted 80% of his attributes. He wanted to see if he could threaten his opponent without using the Bahuang sword. "Come." The silver-armored man gripped his long sword and said, "Bang!" Just as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed and raised his foot to use the War Dragon's 10 steps, which contained the Earth Pulse. However, the silver-armored man had been following him for so long. How could he be hit by this move? The silver-armored man's feet had long left the ground, so the War Dragon's 10 steps were useless against him. This was also within Yi Xian's expectations. He began to slash rapidly with his right hand, and the Earth Splitter continuously attacked the silver-armored man. Some of these earth-shattering swords directly pierced through the air, while others drilled into the ground and swept past the silver-armored man. The silver-armored man stood in midair, brandishing his long sword and instantly destroying the swords in front of him. As for the earth-shattering swords, they were all destroyed by his left hand. Only then did Yi Xian realize that the silver-armored man's true chi was of the fire attribute, which perfectly countered his earth attribute. This is a hidden part of the assessment. If you get a high evaluation, you might get a reward. Yi Xian thought to himself as he attacked. However, what he didn't know was that the hidden test was actually made up by the silver-armored man on the spot. The silver-armored man had an ulterior motive. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out as Yi Xian's attacks were all defeated by the silver-armored man. If they were to continue fighting, the winner would definitely be Yi Xian. After all, he had an endless supply of elemental qi. Even if the silver-armored man had converted 80% of his elemental qi, it was impossible for him to not use it up. Of course, this was if the silver-armored man didn't attack him. Yi Xian, why do you have so much true qi? Finally, the silver-armored man couldn't help but ask. Ah, Big Brother Qin, that's not very kind of you. This is my secret. Yi Xian wouldn't tell him that he had the bloodline of the sacred tree of life. All right. The silver-armored man didn't think much of it. At this moment, he suddenly put away the long sword in his hand. Next, he faced the earth-shattering swords with his fists. Moreover, he used one punch to destroy the earth-shattering swords. Boom! 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 What, a fist technique? Yi Xian was shocked. Yi Xian, more ferocious. The silver-armored man shouted. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he attacked with all his might. His attribute conversion had already reached 55%. Even if Li Xiu was still alive, he wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks. However, in the silver-armored man's eyes, these attacks couldn't even withstand a single blow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly realized something. He realized that the silver-armored man didn't seem to be using true qi. Instead, he used his bare hands to destroy the earth-shattering swords. How was this possible? One had to know that after the spirit realm, a martial artist's physique didn't increase by much after breaking through. However, the silver-armored man didn't even use true qi. He used only his fists to destroy the earth-shattering swords. This made him feel incredulous. He stopped and asked in shock, "Big Brother Qin, how is your physique so strong?" The silver-armored man smiled and said, "This is also my secret." "Alright, the test is over. You passed." Passed. When this word fell into Yi Xian's ears, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Did this mean that he had joined the Warlord Palace? "Thank you, Big Brother Qin." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Let's go out." "Don't rush." The silver-armored man called out to Yi Xian and said, "I still have some things to tell you." "What?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and quietly looked at the silver-armored man. He didn't know why, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. "Just now, you asked me why my physique is so strong. I can tell you this secret, but it's up to you if you want to know." The silver-armored man slowly said. "Secret? Want to know?" These two words caused Yi Xian to be at a loss. This was the silver-armored man's secret. If he wanted to tell him, he would tell him. What did he mean by, "It's up to you if you want to know"? If Big Brother Qin is willing to share, then I am willing to listen. Yi Xian nodded. "Alright, then I'll tell you." After the silver-armored man said this, he suddenly asked, "Yi Xian, have you heard of the Yao clan?" Yao clan. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He had heard of the human clan and the sea clan, but he had never heard of the Yao clan. Thus, he subconsciously shook his head. In this world, there are actually many races, such as the human clan, the sea clan, and the demon clan. The Yao clan is also a race of this world. Since you have never heard of the Yao clan, then you should have never seen one. You can think of the Yao clan as a race of sacred beasts that can transform into human form. The silver-armored man explained. Hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but think of a few people, namely the Flood Dragon clan in the Deep Sea Palace. Yu Yi, Yu Man, and the others all had the ability to transform due to their ancestors consuming a transformation grass. Then, were they the Sea clan or the Yao clan? However, this wasn't important. The important thing was, why did the silver-armored man tell him this? Could it be, Big Brother Qin, you? Yi Xian's mind flashed as he asked in shock. Chapter 576. There was no effect. Not a human. A half-fiend. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. He started to doubt his own eyes. This silver-armored man clearly looked like a human. How could he be a half-fiend? Yi Xian, the reason why my physique is much stronger than normal people is because of this half-fiend heart. Now, let me ask you, do you want to be like me? The silver-armored man asked with squinted eyes. This was his goal today. Like you? Yi Xian paused and frowned. He subconsciously asked, what are the requirements to become a half-fiend? There are no requirements. As long as you consume this half-fiend heart, then half of your heart will become a half-fiend heart. At that time, you will also possess a physique like mine. When that time comes, you will be able to challenge people of a higher rank than you. You will become the #1 genius of the Warlord Palace. The silver-armored man said. The #1 genius of the Warlord Palace. What a joke. Although Yi Xian wasn't very smart, he wasn't stupid either. Jiang Tianjin wasn't much older than him, but he had already broken through to the Nihility God realm. Even if his physique was strengthened, he wouldn't be able to break through to the Nihility God realm so quickly. The silver-armored man's words were just to test him. Do the palace masters know that you're a half-fiend? Yi Xian squinted his eyes and asked. The silver-armored man was stunned. He then shook his head and said, they don't know. That's why I'm very careful. This is because humans and fiends are mortal enemies. If humans discover us, we will definitely be besieged. Mortal enemies. Yi Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, why did the silver-armored man dare to tell him? Suddenly, he thought of many possibilities and immediately asked, then, Brother Qin, why do you want me to become a half-fiend? Because I admire you. You are the most talented person I have ever seen. This half-fiend heart was refined from the heart of a heavenly dragon that was at the peak of the spirit realm. Its amplification is much stronger than my half-fiend heart. If you swallow it, you'll have the ability to fight against me. When the time comes, I'll teach you a concealment martial art. Even a Nihility God realm master won't be able to discover us. The silver-armored man extended his hand and showed the red stone to Yi Xian. To be honest, Yi Xian was initially tempted. However, when the silver-armored man mentioned that humans and half-demons were mortal enemies, he made up his mind. What a joke! If he became a half-demon, how would he face his family and friends in the future? Therefore, it was impossible for him to agree. Big Brother Qin, if I don't agree, will you kill me? Yi Xian asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, because this is my secret. If you are still alive, you will definitely reveal my secret. Only the dead can keep a secret. The silver-armored man nodded. Now that he had said his piece, it was up to Yi Xian to decide. Yi Xian had already guessed his words. If Yi Xian refused, the silver-armored man would definitely explode and kill him. Furthermore, this was the Earth Core Spider's nest. Even if Yi Xian died, he would have plenty of excuses. Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, how many half-demons are there in the Warlord Hall's branch palace? Just me and my captain. The silver-armored man said. On the way to the Earth Core Spider's nest, Yi Xian had asked the silver-armored man about a lot of things. In the Warlord Hall's branch palace, the captain's attribute conversion had reached at least 90%, while the captain was at the peak of the spirit realm. There were only 2 half-demons in the Warlord Hall. If the captain that the silver-armored man spoke of could refine a spirit realm peak half-demon's heart, why didn't he give it to the silver-armored man first? Yi Xian's intuition told him that this was a lie. However, he wouldn't be so stupid to refuse. Okay, Big Brother Qin. I agree. Yi Xian nodded. Great. Yi Xian, this half-demon's heart that was refined from a spirit realm peak sky dragon's heart is yours. The silver-armored man grinned without any suspicion. This was because Yi Xian didn't need to play any tricks. After all, his strength was there. Even if Yi Xian consumed the half-demon's heart and became stronger, Yi Xian would already be a half-demon by then. They would be the same as him. Yi Xian received the half-demon's heart and put it into his mouth under the silver-armored man's gaze. However, he did not swallow it. Instead, he quietly put it into his devour space. He made a swallowing action and asked, Big Brother Qin, when will this half-demon's heart take effect? Very soon. You might feel a heart-wrenching pain. You must endure it. The longer you endure, the stronger your half-demon's heart will become. The silver-armored man solemnly reminded. Oh. Yi Xian nodded slightly. However, he waited for a while, but there was no reaction. Of course, there was no reaction. After all, the half-demon's heart had been put into his devour space. Yi Xian, how do you feel? The silver-armored man asked curiously when he saw Yi Xian's calm expression. Logically speaking, the half-demon's heart should have begun to take effect. However, why didn't Yi Xian have any reaction? Big brother Qin, there's no effect. Yi Xian said pretentiously. Impossible. Could it be that the half-demon's heart was not refined successfully? Wait for a while and see. The silver-armored man frowned. They waited for a while. Including the previous time, it had been a full 5 minutes. Big brother Qin, there's still no effect. Yi Xian shook his head. That's strange. Could it be that there's a problem with the half-demon's heart that the Vice Palace Master gave? The silver-armored man thought. He waited for a while, but there was still no reaction from Yi Xian. It was impossible for Yi Xian to be pretending. After all, he had experienced that kind of heart-wrenching pain. Yi Xian could not remain indifferent. Therefore, there must be a problem with the half-demon's heart. Yi Xian, try eating this one. The silver-armored man took out another one. This one was originally prepared for Murong Shui. This half-demon's heart was also refined from the heavenly dragon's heart. However, this heavenly dragon isn't at the peak of the spirit stage. It's a bit lacking. The silver-armored man tossed the half-demon's heart to Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught it and put it into his mouth in front of the silver-armored man. This time, the silver-armored man stared at Yi Xian. He could feel that the spiritual energy of the half-demon's heart had disappeared. This meant that it had been swallowed by Yi Xian. However, the strange thing was that Yi Xian still did not have any reaction after eating the half-demon's heart. What the F***CK? What's going on? 2 half-demon's hearts have no effect. The silver-armored man roared in his heart. Chapter 577. Demonization of Brother Qin, did your half-demon's heart change? Yi Xian asked. Change? What kind of joke is this? I don't believe it. The silver-armored man descended from the sky and walked in front of Yi Xian. He handed over the last half-demon's heart and said, this is the last one. To be honest, if this half-demon's heart still had no effect, he could only knock Yi Xian unconscious and report to the Deputy Palace Master of the Warlord Palace. After all, Yi Xian already knew his secret and could not return to the Warlord Palace with him. Yi Xian took the last half-demon's heart and swallowed it. The silver-armored man was 1 meter away from Yi Xian. He could clearly feel that the half-demon's heart's aura was disappearing. Let's see how much of a breakthrough these 3 half-demon's hearts can give me. With a thought, Yi Xian directly devoured the 3 half-demon's hearts in the devour space. Of course, this was a normal devour, not a special devour. Ding! The host's Earth attribute conversion has increased to 60 points. The system prompted. Before Yi Xian consumed the half-demon's heart, it was 55 points, which meant that it was 55%. But now, it had suddenly increased to 60 points, which meant that it was 60%. Although these 3 half-demon's hearts were precious, they were only refined from the hearts of saint beasts at the peak of the spirit stage. Therefore, their value was not high. If it were 3 void god beasts' hearts, then Yi Xian would probably be able to increase it by 10 points. Yi Xian was already very satisfied with this. The silver-armored man standing in front of Yi Xian was startled. He felt that Yi Xian's aura had suddenly increased. He asked in surprise, Yi Xian, how do you feel? However, I've broken through. Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Breakthrough. The silver-armored man did not understand. The half-demon's heart would only greatly increase the physique. How could it help Yi Xian break through? However, in the next moment, he felt an extremely strong murderous intent and immediately retreated. Yi Xian, you. The silver-armored man looked at Yi Xian in fear. Big Brother Qin, thank you for the 3 half-demon hearts. Yi Xian grinned. What do you mean? The silver-armored man narrowed his eyes. Hee, Big Brother Qin, I've already refined your 3 half-demon hearts. However, my heart is still a human heart. I am still a human, not a half-fiend. Yi Xian replied with a smile. This is impossible. The silver-armored man frowned. I don't care if you believe me or not. In any case, I am a human. I used my special method to refine those 3 half-demon hearts. Yi Xian stretched his body because he knew that there would be a battle coming up. Actually, he could have launched a sneak attack and killed the silver-armored man earlier. However, he did not because he wanted to see how strong this half-demon's physique was. So you're saying that you were fooling me? The silver-armored man finally reacted. That's right. Yi Xian nodded. In this world, if you did not trick others, others would trick you. If he was a weakling who could be easily crushed by the silver-armored man, would the silver-armored man let him go if he refused? Of course not. I never thought that I would be fooled by you. I admire you and want to make you stronger, but you don't cherish it. Fine, now let me send you on your way. The silver-armored man suddenly took out a supreme-grade celestial artifact. It's not certain who will send who off. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he gripped the long sword in his hand tightly. A demon god's shadow condensed behind him. In the next moment, the demon god's shadow merged into his body. The silver-armored man's attribute conversion had reached 80% and he had a half-demon body. His strength had already surpassed the Tornado General under the command of the Luosha region's domain master. However, Yi Xian was no longer the same as before. His attribute conversion had broken through 60% and he had the 2 profound meanings of Earth Pulse and Pulsating Guard. Even if he did not use the 8 Desolate Sword, he was not afraid of his opponent. Kill! At this time, the 2 of them shouted in their hearts at the same time, and their figures quickly dodged. Sword of Earth Splitting. Earth Pulse. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. The silver-armored man kept swinging his long sword and streaks of flaming sword chi swept towards Yi Xian. Like Li Xiu, who was killed by Yi Xian, he had fire attribute vital energy. Therefore, he was more effective against Yi Xian. In addition to his half-demon body, his strength was above Yi Xian's. However, Yi Xian was able to kill Li Xiu with an attribute conversion that surpassed 20%. Today, he was only slightly more than 20. He might be able to fight him. Boom! 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 The 2 of them had just started and were already using all their skills to kill each other. Yi Xian was at a disadvantage in terms of realm and attribute, but his speed was not slower than the silver-armored man. Therefore, the 2 of them were in a stalemate. This kid, his attribute conversion was only 50% before. How did he suddenly increase it to 60%? The silver-armored man was very surprised. He thought that Yi Xian must have an extremely strong aura concealment technique that could conceal his aura and strength. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had just broken through. Moreover, it was all thanks to his 3 half-demon hearts. Big Brother Qin, you're a little weak. Is this all you've got? Yi Xian mocked as he dodged. Kid, don't be so arrogant. The silver-armored man roared. He knew that he would either succeed or die trying this time. If he did not kill Yi Xian would definitely announce this matter. When that happened, things would be bad. Therefore, even if he had to risk his life, he had to kill Yi Xian. Unfortunately, his current realm was not enough. The two of them exchanged more than 30 rounds, but neither of them could do anything to the other. However, compared to the beginning, Yi Xian had the upper hand. The bloodline of the sacred tree of life. Endless elemental qi. This was an advantage. The half-demon heart is not bad, but I, Yi Xian, am not blindly chasing after power. Since humans and demons are mortal enemies, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you today. Yi Xian roared. Cut the crap. You're courting death, the silver-armored man also shouted. However, he felt an immense pressure. This pressure came from Yi Xian. Ever since Yi Xian entered the geocentric spider's lair, he had not stopped to rest. Before the geocentric spider king came out, Yi Xian had killed more than 300 geocentric spiders using earth elemental qi. He could not understand why Yi Xian's qi was so different from his realm. Yi Xian's elemental qi had probably surpassed his own. If this continued, he would be the one to lose when his elemental qi ran out. Demonification.